Okay, so let me just share my screen. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? This is the problem with turning off our cameras. I can't see yeses or nos.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with the effective presentation skills for community meetings, what we're going to get into today is going to be information around coordinating a meeting, all the things that we need to be aware of when we're having an event such as this. What does an effective presentation look like? So we're going to get into a lot of details about that. Knowing and identifying who my audience is. So we're going to have discussions around every topic that we're going to be going through today. I'm just giving a general overview of facilitation because facilitation itself could be a 1 or 2 day workshop. And so as we go, if anybody has any questions, to just, either raise your hand or unmute yourself, and then we'll address those as they come up. And of course, what do we mean by an effective presentation? What kind of content would be contained within that? Communication. Why is that so important? Moving into purpose and participation. And a piece that is fairly important, and as Stephen spoke this morning about his introduction, social marketing. When we talk about advertising, marketing, what is the importance of that, and why is it so important when we talk about doing effective presentations? Then, of course, at the end of the day, ideally, I would like everybody to have something completed when it comes to a meeting preparation outline from the information that we are sharing today. And then toward the end, we'll be talking about the evaluation process. So once we've put all of this entire, event together, we've had everything, how are we evaluating everything, and what are we asking ourselves when it comes to determining how well did we do, what should we do different next time, those kinds of things. Okay, here's just a bio. Currently, I'm offering a few different sessions. One's an Indigenous governance training program. I've offered them in half-day sessions up to 2 days, depending upon how much a board would like to learn or what they'd like to get into when it comes to that specific topic. I also do a 1 hour to a 1 day stress management workshop. And I also do personal development work, and along those same lines, employee wellness training and team building. And if anybody, I think it was Jill that was present for the leadership workshop that we held in 2021. Yes, Jill, was that you present?
That seems so long ago, Charlene. I don't remember. I know I've done a couple with you, yes.
And then, so most recently, this, of course, effective presentation skills for community meetings. So first, I would like to start off the day by going through what does a morning routine look like for each one of us. And the reason that I want to bring this up is because there are many, many studies that show how we start our day dictates how our day will go. And so if we're starting off by, stumbling out of bed and just kind of making our way through the day without planning anything, without any thought to anything, a lot of times we don't achieve a whole lot that day. But if we put intention behind, when first thing in the morning when we wake up, and what does that look like, then you'll find it's going to be a much different day. So there's many things that are, recommended to start a day off in a good way. One of them would possibly be journaling one positive thing that could happen to you today. Or you could write 3 things that I'm grateful for. So knowing that, you're starting your day off with in a grateful state will, I find when I do that, starts my day off in a different way. And of course, this morning, once I got up, I was stretching, so that it could involve exercising daily as well, 30 minutes to an hour a day, getting outside, walking, or going to a gym, whatever works for you. Or for some people, they have workout wear and gear and stuff within their home. I have some, what do they call, a workout bench here. My son brought in some equipment for himself, and so there's some in our house here in our basement. Another thing that I did just prior to us starting our meeting today was I have a smudge kit that I use to pray. And of course, we know that in our world, Indigenous world, we consider that as a form of meditation as well. And so there are a lot of different studies that show meditation and the effects that it brings to our health and well-being. Different things like performing random acts of kindness. I know those certain days when I'm driving through Tim Hortons and whatever, I'll just pay for the next person's coffee behind me or tea or whatever it is that they're drinking. Then of course, hydrating, making sure that we have lots and lots of water throughout the day, because as we all know, our bodies are made 70% water. And so making sure that we are hydrating ourselves throughout the day is a really good practice. And of course, one good thing to start off our day could be having a cup of hot water and some lemon. So starting off that digestive process early in our day. And then of course, I like to read. And so there's just days where I'll pick up a book and I'll either go through a page or a chapter, and that'll get my mind going through the day. So just want to ask everybody in the group if they'll share briefly what your morning routine is. And anybody that wants to start, just unmute yourself. Stephen? Or sorry, Peter? I know Stephen had to step away.
Well, with this pandemic, as for staff and our First Nation have been working remotely. Same with our school, and I have grandkids that live with us, so they usually are a pretty positive thing for my mornings, because we're usually sharing the same internet, and like there's 3 of us that are sharing internet, and the internet's not really that great here. So yeah, like my grandkids have been a source of positive reflection for myself in the mornings, seeing them getting up and get going.
Awesome, thank you. Lisa?
Sorry about that delay. I guess, like I said, I'm fairly new at being retired, so I myself is to be in a regular routine, whereas, and that means getting up at a regular time, going to bed at a regular time, right? So we'll try that. And I do have some grandkids that stay with me quite a bit too, so I get up and I get them to school on time, so that's important. And I also do fit in workouts, and I drink a lot of water. So one thing I would want to do, according to like what is on is more of the journaling, I think, just to be, and I try to remain positive. And so yeah, so hopefully that will work. We'll see. Yeah. Well,
Thank you, Lisa. Jill?
Hi. My puppy likes to wake me up. He's a big suck. I'm not gonna lie. So he likes to wake me up early so that I will go out onto the couch. We have a sectional, so he lays on one end and I lay on the other, and we have a big snuggle for about an hour in the morning, and we'll both doze back off. But he likes his snuggle with me. And then my alarm will go off. I like listening to the news. I like doing puzzles. So I've become addicted to the Wordle word of the day puzzle. And then I like to do like some other games like puzzles to get my mind going. And then I'll shower and breakfast and all that too. And then head out the door. And I really like to sleep. So I tend to like sleep in longer than I should. So I'm always running out the door at the very last minute and arriving at the office at the very last minute. But yeah, so that's my routine. It's a bit crazy.
Thank you, Jill. Peggy?
I don't really have a set route. Oh, I guess I do have a set routine. I usually get up and do a little bit of, I grab my phone right away, so I start working right away, but I always take a few minutes to look outside and just kind of say a quiet thank you for the day or bitch about the weather, whatever the case may be. And then I essentially just play with the dog for a little bit to kind of change my mood because the puppy always wants to play. One thing I guess is part of my routine is first thing I have to do is I have to have the radio on. I have to have music and listen to, a little bit of news, but mainly more music just to kind of kickstart me. And then I start prepping for the day. And then before I leave for work, I make sure that I'm prepped for my lunch and prepped for my breakfast, my lunch, my snacks. So when I'm leaving, everything's kind of in order. And one thing, especially when my husband's already at work, one thing that part of my routine is I have to make the bed. The bed has to be made for me to start my day. So with him in it, it's not so bad. I know he'll make it. But when he's away, that's part of my routine. Even on the weekends, the day's not started until the bed's made. Kind of old school, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Peggy. And Rachel?
My day, Monday to Friday, is almost the same. Every day I wake up in the morning, turn on either the radio or the TV, and get ready for the day. Usually come to work for 8 o'clock. My agenda is what sets my day for work. So my agenda usually tells me what I need to do that day. And then when I get to the office, first thing I do is I check my emails and then look at the list that I have to do for the day or week or prepare for a meeting or whatever we have on the agenda. I run my own business, so if I have a break or during lunch, I'm always running around and trying to take care of that. But I have a manager, so she takes care of the 90% of the stuff. So at lunch, I try to eat, and then again, the afternoon is the same. It's all about meetings or getting work done. At 4 o'clock, it's either actually at lunch, it's either preparing lunch or actually supper, throwing it in a slow cooker, or thinking of what we're going to eat for supper. There's just 2 of us, but I have that old school mentality of ensuring supper's on the table. Not always, but try. I do try to exercise during the day, either at lunch or after work. Doesn't always work, depending on the time. I don't meditate or pray too much. I do a lot of things for people. I don't call it random acts of kindness. I just do it. It's just normal. I drink water all day while I'm working. I don't have time to read books, but I am on Facebook a lot because I have social media I have to be on for business, and just that's what actually relaxes me. And I play games on my phone, which isn't good because that's what keeps me up at night. But Journaling, I don't do. Tried it, but I can't do it. But I have a lot of positive things that I do, so it helps me throughout the day. I just do other things and like things that aren't on the list that it's just a lot of I do a lot of work. I guess my kids have been out of the house since I've been 38 years old, so it's been number of years where I had to figure out what am I going to do. So I do all this other stuff in order to create my own, fill my own time, and that's what I did it with business and with helping others and everything else that comes with it. So I throw myself in my job. It's not always good, but it's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So we were just going through a brief exercise, Stephen, of morning routine and why it's so important to start your day off in a positive way.
Yeah. No, I was hearing. I was just away from my desk though when you called on me though. But yeah, no, I was definitely listening to everybody's intros and what they do for the day, which is great. I too also have a routine. So I embrace a lot of technology. So I have my Alexa set up. You can set up Alexa to do routines. You can tell her in the morning. So I have a keyword for her. I say, Alexa, I want to rock. And then she goes into the whole routine of what's on the list. So she runs through the weather for the day. She runs through my calendar, which is connected to 3 different emails. So she repeats all my events for the day for me. She does a couple reminders for me as well. Then she starts through the newsreels. So I have different newsreels that I'll listen to as I'm starting my day. And I'm usually like either cleaning up from in the kitchen or getting my coffee and water and hydrating and getting my fruit or whatever for the morning ready while I'm listening to the newsreel. Alexa goes through the different news stations that I've listed. And then she ends by playing a radio station for me as I get to the office and start on my day. So I usually stick to that routine. I also have a puppy now that I just got a few weeks ago. So I take her out in the mornings and get her walked. It helps get me moving. And then I also like to stay hydrated as well. I'll also meditate and pray in the morning with a smudge. Not every day, but usually every other day I'll have a smudge and I'll go through the things that I'm grateful and happy for, and then ask for what I want to see from the day. I try to get reading in, depends when I wake up in the morning. If I wake up early enough, I'll read a chapter or two out of the book I'm on at the time, or I'll throw on Audible as well through Alexa. She'll read off my latest Audible book while I'm doing routines. And yeah, it's just, I run a business. I work with OFNEDA. So like Rachel was saying, she's very busy as well. Same here. I'm trying to run my business. I need a manager. It's nice. Sounds nice to have a manager. I'm the guy for everything right now. So my next move is to look at getting a manager. So that's what's in my meditations and prayers right now. And yeah, it's very important. I do like the morning routines. It just starts your whole day to keep you going. So it's glad to hear everybody's got a similar type routines with their own things. So, and I also make my bed too first thing when I get up. I remember hearing a motivational speaker. He was an admiral in, I think, the Navy, and he had a major speech online. It's like one thing he said, if you want to change the world, you got to start by making your bed. And he's like, and I remember he said, if you have an absolute horrible day, at least you can come home to a bed that's been made by you. So, but if you have a great day, it usually starts with making your bed. And it starts one small task leads to another small task, which leads to another task, which leads to another task of the day. So I do start as well by making the bed. So old school as well a bit in there. Jimmy Witch.
Yes, thank you, Stephen, for mentioning that. I like to teach. I actually like to bring that video up when I'm teaching in classrooms with our students when they talk about those. Well, what do I do next? Right? There's always that question, especially when you're a student. And I'm talking about younger, like the youth and the younger generation, because a lot of times they need more guidance than, and I find that today they need more guidance than we did when we were younger. I mean, I can say just by looking at everybody and having an opportunity to to see us, we're all sort of in the same age range. And so we all have that experience. When we say old school, to us, it's just something that we've done and we're used to. And for them, it's a task. It really is. So I think that was important to mention. So this kind of leads into this whole wheel of life exercise. And the reason for doing this, and the reason that I like to bring this particular exercise up, is when we talk about those specific areas of our life and just looking at it from a general sense, maybe there's different areas of our life that we need to put some focus on. And let me just bring it up here. Hold on. Where are you? I find myself talking to myself when I'm going throughout the day. Just like you, Stephen, I too myself work in my own business, and there's just me. So I don't know if you can see this. Can we see this? It's a circle?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'm sure everybody knows who Tony Robbins is. And so what one of the exercises that he does in Unleash the Power Within, and I've had opportunity now to go through a couple times his program. It's a four-day program. It's and I've been fortunate enough to now take it online twice. One thing that I find is really helpful just for us to gauge, and if we could just grab like a blank piece of paper or whatever you have in front of you, and let's make this wheel. So just draw a circle, and then I believe it's 7 lines that we have to make our pie into, I guess we would call it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so in one section, we're going to put physical body. And let me increase the font here so everybody can see this. Make it a little bit bigger. And then the next one would say emotions and meaning. And in the next section, we would have relationships. And the next piece of our pie would be time. The next one would be work, career, and mission. Followed by finances. And then celebrate and contribute. So I'll just give you a moment to draw your circle, cut it into the sections, put the titles in. So now, once we've drawn out our circle, separated the sections, put titles to each section. Starting in the very middle of the pie would be 0%. And on the very, very outside would be 100%. So with respect to physical body, how much of our day and our time do we spend with a physical routine? So it was mentioned, like to take our dog for a walk in the first thing in the morning. So just that alone would take us up to probably 50%. So then we're getting our necessary morning or our exercise in the morning, afternoon, and whenever we come back to take care of our pets. So where would you gauge yourself as far as physical body goes? Do you think you're at like 10%, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80? So on your graph, just put either a number, or in this case here, how they have it, they've drawn out lines to show where they're at as far as physical body. And in the next section, when we look at emotions and meaning, how much of our time is spent in this particular area? So I believe it was Peggy that mentioned, or Lisa. Rachel, you said that indirectly, one of the things that you like to do is give of your time. So here is where we would consider that. Where do you see yourself here from 0 to 100%? And relationships, how much of our time during the day do we spend in this particular area? Does it take up the majority of our day? Does it take up all of our day, half of our day? And this could be a variety of relationships, whether that's with our significant other, our children, our colleagues. How much importance do we put on this throughout our day here? And time. So one of the things that we're going to go through in this presentation is time management and the importance of that. And we just had a brief discussion on our setting our morning routine today. How much do we deliberately look at time throughout our day, and how much planning do we do? With the next section, work, career, and mission, how much of our time is spent at work? There are many studies that show half of our life is spent working. And so is that like a 50%, 60%, 70%? Is there time throughout our day where we're not doing particular work and career items? And finance. How much focus do we put on our financial well-being? Do we look at the financial post every morning and see, how our stocks are doing? Do we have savings accounts set up that we intentionally monitor weekly, monthly to see how everything is going? Do we have personal investments going? And then the last section, celebrating and contributing. So as we go throughout our day, throughout our week, throughout our month, how much of our time are we celebrating the work and the contribution that we're making? Is that a small percentage of time? Is it a big percentage of time? What would you say it's sitting at? So now, when I go back to when I did this exercise, the one thing that I found was really lacking was physical body. I didn't spend a whole lot of time exercising. I didn't put the time in my schedule to physically become fitter than I should be, because one thing that I wanted to focus on was longevity. Like, how long do I want to be here on earth with my family, with my grandkids, my great grandkids? And another was, and sometimes we as women are bad for this, and that's not putting enough time in, and I could even put this under time, for our own well-being, for taking care of myself. And then, of course, like a lot of people, because we are modest as Indigenous people, that's just one of our traits and one of our values and who we are, is I didn't spend a lot of time celebrating. I just thought, okay, that's how things are. That's how life is. Yes, I've, done this and done that. And have not necessarily taken the time to acknowledge those things within myself. And what I found is, with me not doing that for myself, I wasn't doing that enough for my family. And when my kids made accomplishments, yes, I would take them to do things, acknowledge the work that they've done, graduating from a program at a post-secondary institution, you know, taking them for dinner or taking them for a weekend of, yay, it's all done, you know, you've done what you can and we're so happy for you. But I didn't do that for myself. And so I found my rating here was pretty low. So, but as far as contribution goes, I tend to find that I over volunteer sometimes, and to a detriment for myself, where I give more time than I have. And I really need to monitor how I'm doing when it comes to that contribution. So I'd just like to hear throughout the group, did you find, what was your feedback in doing this exercise? What did you find? Who would like to start?
It's Peggy, I'll start. I found I've actually had to stop and think about things a little bit more and where the priority is, and seeing how out of balance I am in certain areas. Like, for an example, my physical body is very close at 0%. Like, I'm not taking care of myself the way that I should. And my work is almost at 100%, because I manage a few businesses outside of work. So it seems like I'm always working. So it's, yeah, it definitely was eye-opening. And where family used to be and relationships used to be really high, they've dropped. Celebration and contribute has also dropped. So it was very eye-opening for me to see areas where I used to score higher, and now I'm fine, I'm lacking, and other areas where my focus is where I need to adjust. So it was good. It was very good.
Thank you, Peggy. Lisa? Or Rachel?
Mine was, I kind of knew where I am. What did surprise me is a couple of the headings. I wasn't sure what emotion and meaning really meant, because my daughter and I also are a caregiver for my aunt. So it takes a lot of our time. And that's what really, really is over the top for us, for me anyway. When it comes to physical body, it's okay, that helps. Well, I put 20% for physical body because I haven't taken the time in the last couple of weeks. I used to be good at it. I used to be fit, but since, I don't know, for the last 9 months, it's been difficult trying to do what I need to do, because we have all this other stuff always going on and taking care of my aunt and stuff. So it's not an excuse for me. It's just, it's the way it is. But I have realized that how important health and being, exercising is. And that's where I try to, I guess what I did with work was to fill the void. So like, I went through a relationship breakup, and then I just threw myself in work, and then I threw myself in business. So it kind of fills that void. And then my kids they went to college. So it all happened at the same time. So it was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So it was boring at home, can only work out so much, hang out with your friends so much. But so that's what I did. And I still do that. So my work is at 90%, but I am knowing I'm emotionally drained, physically drained, mentally drained. And I am working on fixing that because it is the way it is. So relationship is balanced now. My time is balanced. Finances is fine. Like everything else is, it's just the physical part and the career part that I really, really gotta get in order for it to all balance out. So this is a really good exercise for anybody to do because it kind of sees where you're at. And it is a little eye-opening for me because I know that that's the issue, but you don't ever want to admit it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Who would like to go next? Jill?
Sure. I've done similar exercises before, but nothing with these headings. So it was a bit interesting. And the last time I did a similar exercise, I was fairly balanced, but that was before the pandemic. And I feel like I used the pandemic and not being able to do one-on-one training with my personal trainer as an excuse to let physical slide. So I haven't done the work to keep myself physically active or physically healthy the way I should be. And I actually miss it. And I'm like at the point where I'm like, I need to get that up again. So thank God for my puppy and taking him for a walk, although it's not quite the same. It's not quite enough. It is something though. My husband and I are empty nesting right now. My stepson just moved to college. Actually, he just moved home this weekend, but he had been away for the whole year. So my relationship was basically like I'm such an introvert. I used the pandemic too to be like, no, I'm happy to stay home and away from everybody and not get sick. So I really let that slide too, like my relationships with everyone other than my husband. So it's been interesting. Work has taken over quite a bit of my time, not just work as the EDO here, but also I'm trying to I do crafts. So I teach beading classes in the evenings, and I'm doing a whole bunch of ribbon skirts to sell at our powwow. So I'm just busy. Like it feels like I don't have time to relax and do anything because I'm just trying to get things created and done. And there goes my phone. I'm sorry. I'm gonna answer that. I'll let somebody else go over. Let me go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Peter?
I found that I have a fairly good balance between physical, emotions, and career. Where I am lacking is celebrate and contribute, finances, and time. I'm just kind of more of a person that does things kind of on the fly. I don't take enough time to plan things. But my biggest area that takes up a lot of my time, I find, is relationships. But I think that a lot of that has to do with what's going on in your life, that your own personal, like if some family members are having health issues or having problems in their life, I think that really makes it difficult to concentrate at work when you're thinking about these type of things. Yeah, I think really like your circumstances change from month to month, and then I think again with this pandemic, I think that the pandemic has really kind of had an impact on how this all kind of plays out as well too. So I have.
Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
Are you back, Lisa?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. My sister is here, so It's kind of new that I'm home, and it's nice that she stopped in. So, I guess me with being retired, so it's something different where I worked for 34 years of my life that had, so it's different. So my main focus would be for the the work career mission. Even though I'm retired, I feel like I still need to have a purpose, so whatever that is going to be, I'm willing to work on it, so I don't know that yet. So that would be my main focus.
Thank you, Lisa. And I believe it's Peggy, or have you shared yet?
Yes, I did. I was the first one.
Okay. I don't know if Steven's on the line still. He might be busy doing other things. Okay. Okay. So you're going to find with that particular exercise that some of the things that we just talked about, they're going to come into play when it comes to having to prepare and be prepared for community meetings that we may be hosting. And so today, just before lunch, I'd like to gather some of your insights that you've acquired before, like during our morning session, and then again at the end of the day. And the reason that I like to do what are my biggest insights of this session and any action items that I'd like to do to put those insights into motion are when we put pen to paper and we write things down and we decide what we're going to take away from this particular training or information, then there's more of a chance that that's actually going to happen. And so which is why I ask everybody before we start our sessions to write down some of the insights that you've had during the session. And if there's anything that you've learned during that day that you want to put into motion, what are those particular things? And then, of course, as we talk about it and share it, then of course, that becomes one of the things that we end up putting into motion as we talk about it. Okay. So now, what are community meetings? Why do we have them? Why do we need them? And now, of course, with the way everything's been in COVID, everything's turned to virtual. And so I'm not sure about your communities, but in ours, a lot of our elders have had to use and know how to use information and technology and learning how to turn on a computer. And what is Zoom? What are the different things we can do in Zoom? What do you mean by raise your hand? Like, you'd be sitting here normally when we'd sit in a meeting, an elder would just speak up when they're asked to. But with the way the world is today, everything has changed, and so we've had to change with it. So when we talk about community meetings, it's usually to present new information, whether that has to be the nation or communities come into funding and we plan to spend it this way, or we've made a brand new land use plan. How are we communicating that to the community? We could be gathering data and information from our members, such as through a survey or developing a community plan or to build consensus on a particular issue. We are also providing information to inform and to consult. So as an example, here's a hot topic. The Trans Mountain Pipeline could be coming through your territory, through your area. How is that affecting the community? What type of information are we sharing with the community when it comes to particular projects like this? How early are we doing that? Are we providing information into our newsletter? Are we coming together quarterly, every 6 months, once a year? What does that look like? We could be providing an update on a major project, whatever that project may be. As an example, there were some housing funding that was announced. And so there may be, 10 new houses, 5, 6, 7, 8 new houses in your community being built. And where are they being built? Where is there a particular area for these houses to be put in, or will they be just scattered throughout the different areas that are already on your community? We may need to have a community meeting if there's like a referendum. And what are the terms of that referendum? What does that look like? What type of an agreement would we need to have from the community? And other new initiatives, whatever those initiatives might be. So do any of our colleagues around the table today, is there maybe something happening in the community right now that you want to share with our group here today that plays into why you may want to be participating in the session today? No? Just status quo? Lisa?
Yeah, I'll just say, see, I'm part of the legislative commission within our community. So our role is, and as I'm sitting here listening, I said, this is going to help. This information is stuff I'll share with the committee members. Because what we'll have to do is we have to have a plan to sell the laws that we want the community to come out and vote on, or even to take that interest. So, so yeah, so this information, hopefully I'll be able to take some information back to the committee and we can come up with a plan to, the issue here is a lot to get the community involvement, right? We may, yeah, the plan is to have focus meetings and stuff, but we could get 6 people, right? So what percentage is that of our community? So, yeah, so hopefully this information that we're talking about today will help with that.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. So if it helps, we could even, and I generally like to do things. So as an example today, if I were planning a meeting and this was one thing I was thinking of providing, can you see my blank word screen? Yes? No? Let me reshare it. Okay. So if, Lisa, if you want to start just by, let's open a Word document or take a blank piece of paper and let's name our community meeting. So introduction of a new law. Okay. And so we'll just come back to this as we go, and by the time we're done the session today, we should have something of a template to go into our meeting with. And that is the intent of today, is to come up with a template that you can use throughout the various meetings that you're going to have in your community. Okay. So the one thing that I like to do when I'm planning these particular community meetings is have a structure. And so you'll see as we go throughout the day, everything's going to come together with all the information. So in planning our community meetings, deciding on how our day will be structured, right? So coming up with that formal agenda, 8:30 in the morning, we plan to have breakfast with our group. And then at 9 a.m., we are going to have our elder do our opening invocation, or have the chief and council do our opening remarks. And then we go into our presentation. There's so many speakers throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we're going to do a brief evaluation, have a door prize draws for feedback, for completing your evaluation, all those types of things. So it's pre-planning. So when we talk about at the very beginning time, time is very, very important when it comes to planning a community meeting, because all the pre-planning that happens before the actual meeting will dictate how successful your community meeting will be. So part of it is also delegating roles and responsibilities. Oftentimes when we have committees, boards that are reporting, or chiefs and councils who are reporting on the activity, we want to make sure everybody understands their role and responsibility when it comes to putting together this event. And one thing that I like to do is check in regularly with your team. So even if it's just a half an hour Friday morning meeting to say, okay, how far are we progressing with this meeting that's happening in 2 months' time? Have we ordered this? Have we taken care of that? Has the venue been secured? And so don't worry about, all of these things that we're talking about now. There's a checklist that I'm going to be giving everybody so that all of this information is on there and you have it for your resource. Other things, if we're going to be giving away, say, for example, pens and notepads, have those been ordered? Things like that. When we talk about all the many things that have to happen before a big event comes together, how are we progressing on those things? Making sure that we are assigning tasks when it comes to, developing the structure so that everybody has, again, that role and responsibility that they play, and that everybody has that specific task that they have to complete prior to this event. So of course, we want to check on the status of the details of our meeting, whatever that looks like. And then we want to prepare a presentation and practice. Okay. So one of the things that, and I don't know about you, but before I had gone to post-secondary, I had the biggest issue in presenting information to anybody. It didn't matter if that was to my family, just to, the colleagues that I worked with in the office. I had anxiety presenting information to people, and it took me a long time to learn how to be comfortable, how to know how to prepare, different techniques that throughout the years I've found have worked for me. And so one of them, of course, is when we start feeling anxious about presenting information to groups of people, people may very well have an anxiety attack, just simply because of the method of breathing and the thinking that happens in our mind and the physical effect that that has on our body. And so one of the things that I like to do before starting any, like as an example, today's workshop, one thing that I did to prepare is physically ground myself and do breathing techniques. So taking deep breaths in to my nose, holding that for 4 seconds, and then breathing out for 4 seconds, holding that for 4 seconds, breathing in for 4 seconds, holding that for 4 seconds, and then breathing out for 4 seconds. So just doing that breathing technique for a minute calms me down, brings me back into this particular moment of time where I know I'm going to be providing information that I've prepared for the group. And I've mentally started to prepare myself yesterday that everything that I'm working with you today on is going to help you, and that you're going to take away information that you will use moving into the future. And so I find my purpose for presenting, which is important. And then of course, for the past 2 days, I've been going through all the PowerPoints, looking at all of my notes, making sure that I'm very well prepared with the information that I'm providing to you today. And of course, anticipating questions. What is it that I think the group is going to be asking? How much information do I have as far as research goes when I talk about my materials and how am I going to answer the questions that I think will be coming up. And then, of course, I don't know about you, but I've been to some community meetings where there's been some major conflict because certain community members have already come to the meeting with a certain agenda saying, okay, I'm coming here to, you know, talk about this particular item. I'm going to bring it up with everybody. Everybody's going to know. So knowing what process am I going to use to resolve conflict if and should it should happen at the meeting. And then, of course, like I mentioned, it's practice, practice, practice what you're going to be providing as information for the meeting. And so if I could just ask us round table, what are some things that you do to prepare for meetings when you're presenting information? Lisa?
Pretty well my roles in my employment was to just, I never made a presentation, right? So it was just to prepare my workers with the information. So, but like I said, I think this is really gonna benefit in my role as a commission member. So, and like you said, because we'll be in the community and there's always we'll probably get, this is my guess, that we will probably get the people that have something against the law. You know, there's a few laws. What we'll do is, I think we have identified 4 laws, but we'll go out one at a time, right? As that focus. So I'm thinking that's what's going to happen, is the people that are going to be there is the people that are not in agreement with it, right? So, so yeah, so yeah. So so I'm hoping today will, and it looks like it's going to really help with that process. So like I said, I'll share the information with the committee members. So
Definitely.
Yeah.
So there is a certain part of the presentation we'll also be going through, you know, asking particular questions of our participants when we're at the meeting, and kind of redirecting those questions so that we're not just leaving it on our plate to solve. We're working together through this as a group. Okay.
yeah, I'm thinking, because one of the laws that's I think would be a biggest task of the committee is the election law, which we run our own elections here in the community. So it's gonna kind of change. So I know we just met on Thursday, and I'm thinking, you know what, I don't know what the plan is. Like, I mean, we have a leader, we have a coordinator working on it, guiding us, right? I don't know what the plan is to make sure that proper information is out there, right? Like I said, and I don't know, like our community probably most likely will get the people who are against it, right? So, yeah, so more thought into it. And if I would have known if it was this way, I would have suggested it to the coordinator to also participate in this session.
Yep. So what are we doing to mitigate, right? To make sure that we're getting buy-in. Exactly. So we'll be talking about that today. Thank you. As far as meeting anxiety and preparation techniques, what do you do to prepare, Rachel, for your meetings?
I've done a lot of presentations and meetings. I guess not a lot. What I used to do is prepare, and there's always somebody else who would present, and then I would be like the co-host, but there was always somebody else moderating and taking care of everything. So it's a lot of planning and preparing and make sure that you have everything organized. At one time, I did have trouble talking in front of people, but was pushed and pushed to, like, your audience doesn't know you, like, per se. So I started having a mentality of just talking, where as long as you know your stuff, that's all that matters. Worrying about what they're going to say or questions they're going to ask is secondary, where there's always that. Well, I guess because I got over it because I was on council, and community is always going to have something to say. I was fortunate where I had good relations with the community, and I wasn't directly attacked like others were, but like later I would be asked questions after the meeting, or why did you vote this way or that way? So what I learned from that was building rapport with people and always being like, you answer the questions according to what you know, and you don't just pretend you know. So it's always preparing, like you mentioned, like practicing, understanding. It's all about, like, you can't walk in and think, well, I'm just going to wing this, because sometimes you can, but when it's important subject, they'll catch you. Like, there's always going to be one person in the crowd that's going to know more than you. So you just try, you do the best you can, but also prepare. So that's what I normally do. Part of the reason why I took this, because I am aware that we're going to be out in the community. Like, me and Lisa are from the same community, so we have a large First Nation. And we have a lot of people that are out there that have comments. So we're going through a ratification process for our self-government agreement. So that's part of the reason why I took this, to kind of get more ins and outs of, am I missing anything? Is there something more I can learn? So that's the reason. So it's very important for me to understand it. I keep always rambling on and on, but I never used to. I used to be the one hiding behind, and Lisa knows this, hiding behind the screen, never talking. So this is a new part of me, and I like it because it's like, you guys don't know me, so I can say whatever I want. And this is the new part of me, and this is the way it's going to be. And that's what I tell my employees. Like, when you go out there and you're serving a member, a customer, they don't know you, and they don't know it's your first day. Don't be scared. So pretend like you use all your skills and you just go out there and, I don't know, new word is hit it out of the park. So that's kind of my mentality. So I try to do the same if I'm going to give it right. So thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Yeah.
Peggy? Are there any particular methods that you use to prepare for your meetings?
For me, it's prepare. So just making sure that I have, essentially all the information, any potential information that I could need. So just really trying to think outside the box, what questions that could come up. Just trying to make sure that I have all the information. And I find if I have that, then I don't get nervous when I'm doing it. If I'm well prepared. If I'm kind of off the cuff, well, it's a little more dicey. It's a little more nerve-wracking. But so for me, just prep. And then usually a couple good deep breaths before I start, and just go. And I'm used to speaking in front of our community, so I'm really comfortable with them. And so it comes naturally. So for me, it's really easy. Put me in front of a larger group of people that I don't know. I mean, I'm doing okay with virtual networks. I'm doing all right with that. But typically, you couldn't get a word out of me in a larger group. So for me to stand up and present in front of a large group of people that I don't know, you probably couldn't pay me enough to do that at this point.
Thank you, Peggy. Jill?
Yeah, I'm like Peggy, like I prepare. I'm a big list writer. I like to have things written down and double check and triple check that I have done what I need to do. I generally don't have a lot of anxiety once I'm actually up and doing presentations, but getting to that point does take a lot of work. Like your list there is really similar to what I would do. It would be on my mind, like even if I'm at home in the shower, like whatever, I'm like constantly mentally going over what it is I need to say or do, or all of those, like that checklist, right? Something else that I do that helps me is I'll like put on some of my nicer clothes or make sure my hair looks good that day, or really like check my makeup so that I'm feeling good about how I look, like just have that confidence in me, in my like presentation of not only what I'm saying, but how I'm presenting it, right? Like how I look, I can exude that confidence because I feel confident in taking care of myself that day. So yeah. So like I'm not on video today because I didn't do my hair. No, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like I'm better when I do that, and I think I sound better when I feel good about myself.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Peter.
Same with me. I think that being prepared and knowing your subject matter is key in having a successful meeting. I think about 20 years ago, I was working for a First Nation as our land settlement negotiator. I was very nervous about making a presentation at headquarters in Ottawa to INAC. I was pretty nervous about the presentation, but our lawyer, like he's a friend of mine, and that he said, "Well, you know the stuff," and he says, "You know the subject matter. It's just a matter of we prepared for 3 days with with our PowerPoint presentation. And that's what I was kind of had anxiety over was our presentation. But once I got into the meeting, like my our lawyer was right that I knew the subject matter, and so it was just a matter of just putting out what I knew. Uh, yeah, and it's a matter of just preparing for your meeting and knowing what to key in on.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So it's almost 10:30 your time. Did we want to take like a 10-15 minute break, refresh your coffee, do what you need to do, and then come back in like 15 minutes?
Sure, that's okay with me.
And then we'll get into this time management and goal setting next as we come back. So I'll just put my timer on and then I will be back.
Just a question, do you plan to send us a copy of your presentation?
I can send it to you right now if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. So it would be 10:40 your time, Peggy? Okay. So before we get going, what are our thoughts about lunch?
12 to 1 works for me because it gives me a chance to run to town to pick up a few things and then get home to take the dog out.
And everybody else?
Yeah, I'm game for whatever. The only thing is I know I have a meeting. I have to leave about 2:30, so I'll sit in until then. And whatever the groups decide what's suitable for lunch. I'm fine with that.
Me too. I'm good with whatever the group decides.
I'm pretty flexible as well.
I'm typically flexible, but my puppy is not quite yet at that. He's kind of on a rigid schedule.
So do we need a half an hour or do we need an hour? Would be my question.
I would need an hour or else I'll just be coming back in late.
Okay, so we will take in seems like we have a consensus to take a 1 hour lunch break. Okay. So getting back to our presentation, and I did email it to everybody, so you should have received it by now. Okay. So one important aspect of putting an event together when it comes to a community meeting is time management and goal setting. And when we talk about time management, here's an exercise that I was taught, I don't know how many years ago this would be now, maybe 10 years ago, through one of my coaches, one of my high performance coaches. And so what they've taken us through is if we can just even draw this out on a piece of paper and make 4 squares. So have a yearly section, a monthly section, a weekly, and a daily. Okay. And this could be with any project that you're working on currently, or it could be something personal. So bring to mind a goal that you have that you are working on that could maybe be something that could be done within a year. So write down whatever that goal is in your yearly box. And now, whatever that goal is that you have, what is something that you could do monthly to achieve that goal? So maybe come up with 1 or 2 things that you could do to work towards that goal in your monthly box and write those down. And now weekly, what are maybe 1 or 2 tasks that you could do toward achieving that yearly goal? And write those down in your weekly box. And now daily, what is one thing that you could do that's going to work towards your goal for that year? So let's use as an example, a year from now, I would like to be working out 4 days a week, 5 days a week, let's say. So on my monthly calendar, I would put schedule in time to work out twice a week, 3 times a week. And then weekly, I would put in my schedule, hourly times that I'm planning to going to work out, whether that's going out for an hour or going to a gym or doing something online, whether it's joining a yoga class, qigong, different types of things. And then daily, what I would put into my 9 to 9 schedule is 1 hour would just be dedicated to exercise, or 30 minutes, however much time that I would have. So this tool becomes very useful when we're coordinating a meeting, an event, a community meeting. So say it's happening 4 months from today. And so in my monthly part of my goal setting here, I would put, so 4 months from today would be May, June, July, August. So say we have a meeting on August, let's make up the date, bring out my calendar. So say we have a meeting on August the 17th. And now normally what I do is I go backwards from that day to all the things that have to happen before my meeting or my presentation. So that week of August the 10th, I would already be practicing what my presentation is going to be. That week of August the 3rd, I would have checked on all of my different activity things that have to happen, whether that's if I made an order that I'm going to be giving out certain things at the event. Has my order come in, or what is the status of my order? Has the venue been confirmed yet again? And then I would go backwards. So then that would bring us to the week of July 27th. And here I would be putting together, researching, analyzing, meeting with my team. And then the week of July the 20th, I would most likely be going to view the venue, wherever it is we're going to be having our meeting, making sure that we have all of the necessary equipment and plugins, things like that aren't thought of. All of these things need to be plugged in. Where are we getting our electricity from? And then that week of the 13th, we would most likely be having brainstorming and confirming any speakers that would be coming to our event. That week of July the 6th, we would be putting our schedule together of what the day is going to look like for that event. On June the 29th, I would most likely be, I would be looking for a venue, but in this month of June for our event, depending upon the number of participants we foresee coming to the event. I would be researching different things, like if we're going to give out pens and notepads, how much is that going to cost us? Where's our budget for that? And then that week of June the 8th, our team would most likely be starting to put our presentation and our materials together. So it gives us enough time to prepare in advance for that meeting. And then looking into May, so that whole month of May, we would start pre-planning for the event. We would start looking at different sites of social media we're going to post everything on. Where are we going to be sending out our flyers and providing information to our community so that they can prepare for the event? All of those good things, right, that are going to be part of our checklist that I'm going to be sharing with everybody. Does anybody have any questions or any feedback about this particular slide?
I think that's pretty good, and I wouldn't think of like the promotional items, like in my situation, I don't know if it's feasible financially, but it's a good idea. I'm going to bring it up for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, depends on our budget too.
Mm-hmm.
After that. Okay. So now we would look at a preparation for a community meeting. So this checklist I plan to share with everybody. This is just something that I've used from past meetings. Hold on. Where are we? Okay. Where's my checklist? I opened it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so I'll do this again. So everybody can see the Word document. It says community meetings. Yes. Okay. So within this Word document, you can add, delete, whatever you need from it, and just use it as a template for up and coming meetings. So we're going to get into some detail about our meeting objective when we talk about this today. Being clear on the purpose of calling our meeting and what to expect as a result. So identifying the theme of our meeting, whatever that might be. In Lisa's case, it would be to promote or to share the updates to the election law that the nation is working on. Participation. So who will be our target audience and what will be their role in the meeting? So are we there to get consensus for updating these documents? Are we getting buy-in from the community to make this new building, whatever that new building might be? We have to identify what it is that we're coming together for and what it is that we want to achieve during the meeting. And then just going back to that item order, making sure we plan sufficient time if we are going to be giving out like pens and notebooks for participants at the meeting. And this, just so everybody gives a little bit of thought to this, when we give out promotional items, like as an example, this cup, right? You can see a brand on there. You can see the name of the organization. This is one way of creating a brand for our communities. And we'll talk a little bit about this, but not very much. And it's about how are we building our brand for our community and what does that look like? How much time, effort, energy are we putting into building it? When we look at our logo, what does it mean to people, right? So this is just one way to start working on strengthening that brand as a community. The agenda. So when we just talked about the time management piece there, we want to make sure we're planning our agenda well in advance. So even as far as a month before the meeting, having a draft of what that looks like, setting out expectations when it comes to time frames for presentations. You know, some people are only allowed an hour of our time to present this information. And then we have to allow at least 30 minutes for Q&A following that presentation, right? So what does your agenda look like and how much time are you allotting for your presentations, for your discussions? If you're going to have breakout sessions where you're acquiring information from your community, what does that look like? If you're hiring a facilitator to come and do this and work with you, your community, what is going to be their role and responsibility? And then moving on to facility, choosing a location that has accessibility. So we do know that within our communities, there are people that are in wheelchairs and have accessibility issues. So making sure that that facility meets those needs. And then of course that we can bring in any required equipment that may be necessary, or if you're renting out a location, that they have the required equipment there. And scheduling, ensuring that there are no other events or happenings within your community that are going to compete for attendance. So as an example, say you have a local festival or something happening at the same time you're trying to host a big event within your community, those two are going to clash and you don't want to compete for people's time. So it's best just to pick a time when you know things are not happening, and so that you can get as much attendance to your event as possible. You want to make sure that you're creating a timetable. So when we talk about a timetable, we're talking about, I would consider it almost like a checklist of all of the things that have to be done leading up to the event, something similar to what we're talking about here. But as an event planner, one of the things that I like to do is have the very first meeting that I have with a community, and then from there, identifying what their expectations are, and then going into identifying a work plan for that event. What does that work plan look like? What does that budget look like? And then we talk about what it is, the goal of the event. How are we going to achieve that? What are their expectations when it comes to attendance for the event that they're hosting? And then we'd get into things like this, right? The timeline, the venue, how many meals are we going to be serving at the event? Are we going to be giving away swag? Which stakeholders are we going to be identifying and inviting to the event? What are our press releases going to look like? What type of social media postings are we going to make? What would a marketing budget look like for this event? And then, of course, closing it out, what would the evaluation process look like? When are all the reports due? So the next section, writing and releasing a press release about an upcoming event. So I guess I could show an example of this one after lunch, a press release. So I could give just a template if people would like that, of an outline for a press release for an upcoming scheduled meeting, if that would be helpful. And then, of course, facilitation. Are we going to be hiring a facilitator, or will a local staff member be fulfilling this role on our behalf? Who would we consider as a chairperson for this event to ensure that it's effective and it's meeting our requirements? Opening, closing, identifying an elder and or youth, members of the community, having protocols to open up the meeting. Are we ensuring that the chief has on their schedule time to come in and do opening remarks for this event? Do we have an elder who will be sending us off in a good way once everything's concluded? And if we plan to secure speakers for the event, who are those speakers? How much advance notice do they need? Will we be paying for their time to come in and speak? And how much time on the agenda will they require? When we talk about catering, generally it's good practice to feed people at meetings. One, because it helps to regulate blood sugar levels for people at meetings. And what I have found over the years and decades that we've been doing this now is it's just a good part of what we do, right? As Indigenous people, when we come together, that's the one thing that we tend to do is eat together. And so being aware of your menu as well, making sure that it meets the needs of your audience that will be attending. Designing event materials and printing copies. We always like to do this, especially for our elders. One, because not a lot of them can see long distances when it comes to presentations. And so having something in front of them that they're able to look at as we're going through materials always helps. And so we don't do this for everybody just simply because of the printing cost and everything like that. Much like the nation where Lisa and Rachel are from, we too have a large population. Right now, I believe our numbers are 9,200 people. So when we have community meetings, it's often hundreds and hundreds of people that will be at the event. And that just simply isn't feasible for us to be printing that much material off for people. However, we've made exceptions, and, you know, we've allowed people to say, okay, if you really want a copy of this information, it'll be made available at the brand office at this particular department during this time. On-site staff. So identifying staff who are going to help sign in all of the members that are coming in. If there's any COVID protocols that have to be followed, making sure that your staff are well aware of what those protocols are. If they'll be handing out any materials like agendas or any of your pens that you may be giving away. They'll also be recording questions and taking minutes of the event. So logging any major discussion that might be happening that may need to be addressed and followed up on following the meeting. If there are any handouts that provide relevant information to support the objective of your meeting. Some organizations make copies of those, some don't. Some like to put them on USB sticks for use. Do we have a key spokesperson? And if we do, who are they? Making sure that they're going to be on the agenda. Allotting sufficient time for your question and answer period. It's important to ensure that there's sufficient time for everybody to have an opportunity to ask questions. And your staff up here, one of their tasks should also be to have a microphone, and that they're the runner in the room. So say, as an example, an elder has a question, they can't necessarily get up to go to the speaker that's set up at the front of the room to ask a question, or to the microphone, sorry, then the microphone is brought to them, or for those that require accessibility. Media, determining if you'd like the local media to be made aware of your event. Say you're doing a grand opening of an event and you want them to be present, making sure you provide them with sufficient notice to attend your event, and that you're following up with those media personnel to know that, to ensure they are aware of the event, that they're receiving your correspondence, sending out that formal invitation. And of course, making sure we're posting information on social media about this upcoming event. So whether that's on the nation's Facebook page, the nation's website, some nations have Twitter accounts, some nations have Instagram accounts, whatever that media looks like is where you would put that, and or radio. Some are fortunate enough to have radio stations. Meeting
I have a question.
Yes.
For the media, say, like, we do have a radio station here as well, and we do have, there's the Facebook and a local newspaper. So I'm just wondering, is there a time frame that's too early? Like, I think of a 2-week period where, so that it's kind of new in everybody's mind and stuff, but is there kind of a time frame that you normally would work with?
I generally like to get information out 2 months in advance of an event. And then closer to the event, it gets more publicized so that more and more people are aware that the event is coming. People just require sufficient information, right? So 2 months in advance to me is not a lot of time, because when you lead up to the event, it should be advertised at least once a week, because not everybody's reading the same social media. Not everybody's hearing the radio station. Not everybody's reading the newspaper. You know what I mean? So you're trying to get different levels of stakeholders at different times. So as widely as publicized as you can get for your event, the better attendance that you'll receive and the more feedback. Because some people, if you only make it available for them to attend on Zoom, or like a hybrid model where you have people in attendance and you have people on Zoom, that always works really well as well, because not everybody can leave home, right? There's issues that prevent people from leaving home. And then people may have conflicting things happening during that day, but they still want to attend via Zoom. Then those options, right? So leaving all of these things open for your members is always a good way to accommodate them. Okay. Meeting follow-up, identifying how the information will be shared following the meeting. So are we going to be posting a report on our website, on social media? Can people come pick up copies of that at the band office? Will somebody be reading that off on a live feed on Facebook and Instagram, those types of things? Will minutes be shared with the members? So however you plan to follow up is pretty pertinent to the event itself. So there's got to be some plan around that as well. Evaluation. It's always a good idea to follow up your event with whether it's an online evaluation or one-page copy at the event, just to see, different things. Was the venue sufficient? Did you receive an in advance notice of this, of this event? And if so, where did you hear your message from? Was that on the newsletter? Was it on the social media, the website? Was it through the radio station? Did you hear it through other community members? Like, all of this information is very relevant to your follow-up report that you do at the end of your event. And so just making sure that an evaluation is completed by the members of your community who are attending your event. And of course, there's other considerations, right? What kind of budget do we have for this particular meeting? How do we plan to spend that budget? Catering. In certain parts of our areas, like more remote areas, there's very limited catering. And so are we ensuring that when we do order our food for the event, that it's what we know our community members like to eat? And are we considering the different type of dietary needs of our community members, such as people with diabetes? What does that look like? Making sure, we don't have a whole bunch of sugary treats for those types of members in our community, making sure we have the variety of foods available for them. Are we going to require security for our event? Are they going to be walking the parking lot? Are they going to be coming into the meeting, making sure everything's good? Or do we not need security? Will we be providing transportation to and from the event for those that require it? And if so, that has to be pre-planned as well. Would there be any printing costs to any of the materials that we'll be providing at the event? If so, what does that budget look like? Do we have any COVID protocols that we have to think about for our event? And if so, what does that look like? Are we asking people to stay home if they have any symptoms of a cough and cold, so that we are keeping everybody safe that's attending the meeting? If we do plan to do advertising and marketing, what does that look like? So we don't get a lot into that in this particular session, but they're all things that we need to consider when we talk about putting together an event. Okay. So now back to our PowerPoint. Everybody can see my PowerPoint, right? Yes.
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 Thank you. So now let's talk about information contained in an effective presentation. So there are many key elements to effective presentations, including but not limited to stakeholders, the different stakeholders. Who are they? How do we invite them to our event? What is the purpose of our meeting? How much preparation time are we putting into this? community meeting that we're having? Are we providing any resources? What does our communication look like? And what form of follow-up will we be doing? So when you think about an effective presentation, some of the things on the left-hand side of our screen, the ineffective part of a presentation, you can tell often a lot of times if somebody doesn't have enough time to plan an event, everything will be scattered, uncoordinated. People won't know what's happening. I want my presentation. Here's my USB stick. Make sure that that's put up on the screen. And then, you know, all of these things could happen if you don't allow sufficient time to plan your event. Then, of course, another ineffective part of planning an event is you don't really have a goal. Like, why are we hosting this event? What is the purpose of it? What are we trying to achieve? Right? There's no roadmap for achieving what we want to. So it's just, we're going to wing it, right? We're just going to come together in a month's time. We're going to meet with our community, and this is the information we're going to provide. Well, that doesn't help your staff who have to put the meeting together, because they'll be the ones taking the calls from community members when somebody phones up and says, well, what are we having this meeting for? Like, what's the point of it, right? Lack of systems and processes to make goals happen. So when we don't put the time and effort into identifying these, then how are we supposed to achieve our goal? Whereas on the other side, when we talk about effective presentations, we're leaving sufficient time to plan for our event, for our meeting. And we are identifying what we would like to achieve by the end of the presentations. Hold on, I just got to change my screen here. Then, of course, it's always a really good idea that we write out our entire day to achieve the goal of a successful event. What does that look like in our mind? You know, how many people do we want to have at the event? What do we consider a successful event? When we achieve feedback from community members, when we receive buy-in, when we get, you know, consensus on a specific item, when we've shared a land use plan that we have for the next 5 years, and communities given us really good feedback on what they think and what they would like to see within the community, then that's a successful day, right? So now, what one thing that I would like to share is Mr. Brendan Bouchard has written a book, and it's called High Performance Habits. I don't know if anybody in our group here has had a chance to read or go through anything like that recently. But I think that this information is quite in line with what we are wanting to achieve here today when we talk about effective meetings. So I would like to play the video, which is a very short video. I think it's 10 minutes long. And what we'll get out of this is he'll be sharing with us some information when it comes to not just high performance, but really a lot of things that we, as we're working in our communities, this information makes a lot of sense. So I'll play the video. Hopefully you'll hear it.
Charlene, I can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't either.
You're muted.
I guess that's why. Okay, let me play it and you just give me a thumbs up if you hear the sound. Can you hear it?
Nope.
No?
Nope, still can't hear it.
Nope.
Okay. What is going on?
If we open up the video or your presentation and we click on the video, it just popped up on my screen.
Yep.
But we can't hear yours on the Zoom.
Okay, hold on. You still can't hear it?
No.
And when I talked to my insurance, they said to call you, make an appointment through that. I usually call them directly, and I got no
Strange.
that they would call me anymore to do that. So I asked them how.
Okay, so I should be able to share my speaker with you. I wonder why that happens. Stephen, if you're there. Oh, there you are. When I play this video, why won't the sound come on?
It's a good question. I was just trying to look at the settings right now, and I'm not seeing anything in my settings that would help us or prevent us. Or let's see here, video settings.
Yeah, because I've not had this problem before. It usually works.
Yeah, I'm just going through the settings now.
Hold
What
on.
if you played it, Stephen?
I don't have the actual file.
Oh,
So on the PowerPoint presentation that I just sent out, the link is right on the link is right on the presentation.
Yeah, and like Rachel said, I have it open too, so I can hear there is there's noise, so yeah. It's working from the presentation.
Was everybody else able to bring it up on their screen?
I can open it on mine.
Okay. So maybe what we can do is just for the next 12 minutes, just watch the video. We'll just mute. I'll allow you guys sufficient time to watch it. So, because I don't explain it as well as he says it. So I'll just give you 12 minutes. I'll put my timer on.
Whereabouts is it in the presentation? Because I'm not finding it at all. I'm on page 41 and I'm still not seeing the link.
I think the title on the page was high performance.
15.
So that was slide 15 and the title is high performance. I'll put it in the chat as well, the link. So if you can just give me a thumbs up if you've had a chance to watch the video. Thank you, Peggy. Jill, Rachel, Lisa, thank you. Stephen, did you have an opportunity to watch the video? Okay, I think we've got that all sorted out between Stephen and I, fixing the sound so that it should work. Okay. So part of the presentation was number 1 was to seek clarity, 2, generate energy, 3, raise necessity, 4, increase productivity, 5, develop influence, and 6, demonstrate courage. So I believe it was Jill that mentioned a little bit earlier when she prepares to do her presentations. One of the things that she likes to do is, of course, like we all like to do, is make sure we're dressed appropriately, have, you know, how we look is how we feel. So demonstrating that courage. So I like this quote. Next, let's move into promoting your ideas to others. So when we talk about the presentation that we will be bringing to our community, we want to talk about whether the information we're going to be providing is going to appeal to our audience's hearts or their minds, and or both. So when we talk about our emotional selves, we talk about our emotional center, our hopes, our fears, our memories, all of those things. And we talk about our mind, we speak to a person's reasoning. So with the use of one or other or the other is useful in framing our initial discussions. So when we talk about things like the election law, would that be a combination of both what we hope to achieve, like things that have to do with heart-centered, or things that have to do with mind when we talk about reasoning? I would say it would be a combination of both, because when we talk about things like an election law, these are specific documents that are created uniquely for our communities. And so they speak to those things that when we talk about hopes and things like what we hope to see come to reality, those are heart-centered. And of course, because they have to be logical documents, more mind-centered, right? And when we talk about persuasion, we're talking about how are we tailoring our presentation to meet whether it's a logical presentation or emotion, and how are we going to be most effective when we're combining the two within our presentations. And we bring about that question: how personal is the issue at hand to our audience? So of course, when it comes to election law, who would we think of first and foremost would be affected the most by an election law? It would be the current leaders in office, correct?
Yeah, based on what the proposed changes are
Mhm.
for real. And I think, I don't know how we went on this path, but it's gonna be, we're proposing a totally different way of, like say, as an example, the term of office. We're looking at the possibility of it being a staggered terms, which
Mhm.
is totally new as far as what our community is accustomed to. So
Mhm.
I think that's going to be a challenge of its own, even just for the people to understand how that staggered works. So
Mhm.
there's a little bit of a work and plan that needs to go in place for sure.
Mhm. And of course, doing the research beforehand, right? Talking to those nations that have staggered elections would tell you a lot about how that works in other communities. I mean, I can speak firsthand to it when it comes to one of our 4 communities here in Musquechies, which is the Louisville tribe. They have approximately 3,500 people in their membership. And one of the things that is their approach is a staggered election.
Mhm.
So their chief gets elected, they would serve their term, and then a counselor would get elected, they serve their term. Next year, another counselor would get elected, they would serve their term. So it's just this ongoing cycle of, however, if you've been there for your term, which is 2 or 3 years, then your position's up for election. And to them, according to them anyway, the purpose of them doing it that way is, one, for stability. Not everybody is getting removed or replaced or that in the same time. So if you're like us in Sampson, we have every 3 years we have an election, one for chief and then one for the counselors.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then our turnover is generally 50, 40 to 50%. I don't know about other communities. I don't know if that's the usual statistic. So half of our council are new every 3 years. And of course, dependent upon the work of how the chief has done and how his work's been viewed by community, his position could change over every 3 years, his or her position.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well how it works here too. And I think on the average, there's, if it's not 50%, because the way our council works here, there's the grand chief, and then there's 4, because we have districts here. So we have 3 districts and there's 4 chiefs in each of the districts. So we have a council of 13.
Mhm.
So I forget what I was going to say now. I lost my thought. Oh, I know what. Yeah, I think what happens is at least around 50% every election there's new people in.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. And
but
so that,
pretty well the grand chief stays in that role for many terms. It could be, like our
Mhm.
present grand chief, I think might be his 3rd or 4th term. So based on the 3-year term. So that's quite a bit of time.
yeah, that is. So just going back to that question of how personal is the issue at hand to your audience, right? Considering that question, what does this change mean to our community? So putting that time and thought into that and then having that discussion is an important part of preparing for your meeting.
Yeah, and I'm glad you shared that. Did you say a First Nation in your province or your?
Yep, in our
Yeah,
territory.
yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I don't, I guess maybe I didn't think about it, but that's nice to know that, we could probably see how that's, maybe even reference it or whatever in our information we're presenting, right? So, yeah,
Mhm.
thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. So now when we talk about winning hearts or minds, what does that mean? So when we talk about winning hearts, when you're introducing a new idea or trying to pique the interest of your community, you may want to raise the bar on performance or commitment. So say, for an example, you may want to change the way a certain department's been functioning for years and years. and we want to get feedback from the community. What do they want to see? How or what programs would like brought in from this particular department? How many events would they like to have them see being held every year, right? As an example, I can speak directly to this about our community wellness department in our nation. It was seen for a long time that, and this was the members' feedback, was that they were not particularly happy about the services that were being provided. And so the department had gone upon and taken it upon themselves that each and every event, they would get feedback from the community members and ask them, like, what is it that you guys want to see? What do you think our department needs to have within its operations to make it effective so that our people, the people that we need to reach, are being reached? So they got feedback, they talked to members, they talked to existing members, they talked to on reserve, off reserve people. And what they've done is they've really adapted their department to meet the needs of the community. And so that's an example. You're leading a team that is struggling with discord or conflict. So this is not uncommon within our communities. Oftentimes we can use someone neutral within our departments to help those specific teams to get back on a path where they're working together for common purpose. You're presenting something that's disruptive to the listener's sense of self, should be sense of self. And so it could be something new that we're integrating into the community. And how is that going to affect the way things are done now? Very controversial. One in the most recent terms would be in the last, I guess, 5-8 years, would be the introduction of marijuana, right? There's some very outspoken people who will say, don't bring those kinds of things into our community. And then on the other hand, you have people who lobby to have these types of things within our community because of the medicinal purposes. And so you have people on both sides of the spectrum, and something as controversial as this can disrupt community. So how are we dealing with those types of issues? When you're talking to people who are at a heightened emotional state. So we want to win people's hearts when we talk about things that are very personal to them and things that affect them. And of course, if you need to gain support for a decision that's already been made. So we could talk about something specific where chief and council had decided to make a decision in a certain area, and the decision's already been made without any community feedback. And now we have to introduce this idea into the community in a way that is going to be presented so that people understand why the decision was made and what purpose it'll serve. When we talk about winning the mind, logical part of us, you're talking to people who won't feel personally implicated by what you have to say. You're presenting a correction to the facts underlying a decision. You need to address a highly complex or technical set of problems. You want to help an overwhelmed team stop overanalyzing and see a situation clearly. And you're trying to change direction on something previously decided. So when we say trying to change direction, meaning things could have taken on a life of their own. And I'm trying to think of an example of this. Social media. I guess, would be an example of this. And it was decided, at least in our community, that we were going to utilize this source of medium to share information without the unintended consequences of the feedback that was going to come with it. And was not well thought out how that feedback was going to be dealt with. And so I'm sure this is the circumstance in a lot of communities, and it's, you know, just one of those things that comes with working with social media. So I'm sure we could have a big discussion on that, but I think I'll just stop right there. So when we talk about in our presentations, if we are working on that emotional aspect of bringing people on board, we want to make sure that when we are presenting information that we're making it personal. What's in it for them? What's in it for the people that will be impacted by this particular decision or change within the community? And of course, with that, what frustrations will your proposal remove? What excitements will it draw upon? So when we ask or address people directly, when we talk to them about the overall benefits for the community, what does that look like? So coming up with whether that's, you know, just a list of things as a result of all of these changes coming to the community, what are the benefits overall to them? Explaining those. Maybe these are things people never thought of, or they've thought of them, but in a different way. And making sure we're tailoring our talk to the things that matter the most to our audience, our stakeholders. So we're speaking explicitly to like a big emotion, validating the emotion so that we're disarming them. Ahead of time, say you're bringing a controversial issue up at a community meeting. It's always best to make mention of the fact that we know that this particular item or issue has been a controversial issue in our community. We know that it's frustrated a lot of people. We know that it's brought consequences to our community. And we just want to validate those for you. So making sure that you're addressing that before you start your presentation, especially if it's a controversial item, and know well in advance, how is this affecting our people? What effect has it had? And then of course, when we are making these big changes in our community, bringing everybody together and reminding them that we're all in the same boat here. We all want the same thing. We all want, you know, our community to be healthy, for our people to be healthy, and certain things have to happen in order for that to take place. So we're here to support one another, to learn together, to bring this initiative forward, and to make sure that we are sharing this information with you so that we can move forward as a community together. So taking that type of an approach when it comes to issues that are controversial. And then of course, it's always good to tell a story, relating things back to how this, because as traditional Indigenous people, that's how we've shared our knowledge, through stories, right? Stories can bring all of our ideas alive. So putting some thought to that. What does a story look like that we're going to introduce when we bring about our topic? And then of course, it's always good to use simplified ideas. We're going to talk a little bit more about this, but when we talk about our stakeholders, what level of education are we talking to when we're speaking to them? We want to make sure we're meeting that need. Lisa?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I think a lot of times we forget about that, right? About the like who our audience will be.
Mhm.
And I can only predict they'll probably be the same people kind of that come out to meetings and stuff anyway. So,
Mhm.
but my late husband would always say, he said his approach, because he worked a lot with the council, Grand Chief and Council. He was a director, so he had to get their support, but he would always say, make it like it's their idea. And
Mhm.
then they agree to it, right? So I try to
Mhm.
use that in my life as well. So yeah.
Mhm. Yep, there's certain languaging that you can use when it comes to presenting information so that that appears that way. We don't get into it in this presentation, but I mean, I've taken a whole course around that and getting people to buy in so that they feel it's their idea as well. So when we talk about winning hearts, using metaphors and analogies, using those metaphors as an overarching worldview that shapes our perceptions, right? So I think it's, slide is it? Okay. We could talk about how we relate things back to our culture when we talk about metaphors, as an example. And the way we did things, clearly that's been brought forward into today's world as well. But we could use, those types of examples when we talk about, the election law. Long time ago, when our tribes and our nations were coming together to decide on who was going to be chief or how that was going to work, we had our own processes back then. Wasn't a pen and paper, right? Wasn't a written word like it is today. It was through story. And a lot of times our chiefs were hereditary chiefs, and they were chosen based on family a long time ago. Unfortunately, that's not the circumstance today, right? We have these processes in place where we decide who our leadership is going to be. And so, like, that's just an example leading to like a metaphor. And of course, when we talk about in our presentations, we want to use words like or as. So we're relating back to our audience, especially if we're making comparisons. So I guess it's best just to think of it as, if I'm going to use an example in my presentation, I'm going to make a comparison that this particular item is like or as, right? So languaging within our presentation can be important depending upon the topic that we're presenting on. So I think that's where, when we get into the little minor things like this, that's where that plays into our presentation. So now when we talk about winning minds, and the analytical part of us, we want to present compelling evidence. So this morning, when we talked about preparing for our meetings, we want to make sure that we have factual information that we are utilizing as information within our presentation, as well as things that we may have gone out to the community, different communities, to research and bring back to our community to say, this is a best practice, this is what's worked out there, we're going to customize this for our community, because everything that we do in our community is customized for us. So that's why it's important for us to not just go out and get that information, but to bring it back and to prepare something that's unique for us. So focusing on facts that your audience care about, again, going back to that, what's important for us. If we have testimonials, Lisa, one of the examples that you had mentioned, we could put testimonials into what works for other communities when it comes to a staggered election, right?
Yep.
So say, for example, one of the chiefs makes mention of how that works in their community. You could use that as a test, you could use that information within your presentation.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Statistics help paint a picture, quantify the big picture. So of course, we see this a lot when we see a financial presentation, when we see the financials at the end of the year, and they give us a picture of where we're sitting, how much money we've spent over the year, what we've spent it on, what's that comparison when it comes to the previous years to this past year, what changes do we see in this financial picture? Why do we see those changes? What has happened, and especially, that discussion has to happen when it comes to COVID. This past 2 years has been something we've never dealt with, not in my lifetime anyway. And what has that meant for our community, right? We've made a big shift from programs and services to working individually with our people, providing supplies for them where, some of us couldn't even get to the store to find these supplies because people were in isolation and the community was in lockdown, right? So providing that statistical information to paint that picture is always a really good idea. And knowing the facts behind those is very, very important. And then, of course, there's different ways we can present our information through slides, which we are using today, flip charts. And it's always a good idea to have flip charts at a meeting, no matter where you are, because oftentimes topics will come up that can go on what we call a parking lot item. And what a parking lot item is it's something that's not necessarily relevant to what your discussion is, but it's something that's so important that we would need to discuss that at a further date. And so we would put that on our parking lot item list so that it's not forgotten. And of course, that is one of the things that is followed up on after the meeting is done. And then, of course, there's use of video clips. That's coming quite popular today. We have community members making videos in-house. And so seeing that information firsthand, a presentation on something that's happened is, for us anyway, tells a story. And then, of course, pictures, providing like as an example. Oh my goodness, I need water. As an example, taking pictures at the start of a project to the completion and the showing that timeline and showing and telling exactly what's happened along that way is also a good way to ensure that when we're presenting this information to community, they have a good understanding of what's happened, when it's happened, any changes, and why. Okay. Going into asking striking questions. Persuading a group with diverse personalities, knowledge, and skills. And of course, this speaks to each and every one of our communities. Each and every person comes to our meetings with their own perspective. They come to our meetings with their own agenda. They come for different reasons, whether it's just to gather information, to share information, to become part of the process, to be involved, to know what's happening. There's always different reasons for people attending. And of course, we want to make sure we're discussing any problems or issues that we're trying to solve, and how are we solving that as a group. And then once we come up with that information, have we, when we're presenting it, have we researched, reviewed, discussed, and finalized with the input from our community? Or have we come up with this information on our own and now we're coming to you and asking for your input as a community? Or depending upon the process that you've developed and pre-planned, how does that look? And then, of course, we want to ensure that we're catering our message to the different perspectives in the room. So really giving thought to who are our stakeholders in the room and what is the messaging that we want to send out to our group when we come together. And of course, whatever approach that we're taking, the more thoughtful that we are at the beginning of our process, the more effective that will be. That is just a given, and that is what we are coming together for, is that we are coming together for a purpose, who has a stake in the issues that we're going to be discussing or the topics that we're bringing forth to the community. And how are we going to approach this? So it is now 10 o'clock my time, which would be 12 o'clock your time. And we just all decided as a group that we were going to take a 1 hour lunch break. Stephen, do you want to maybe stop our call and then come back at 1?
Yeah, I can pause it and then just leave the room open so people can just join and whenever they feel like it.
Right. So I just realized we have quite a ways to go to be done at 2 o'clock your, well, 2 o'clock my time, 4 o'clock your time. So let's get a going here. Purpose. Stephen, are you back?
I'm here in the background.
Okay. I was gonna play another video. I was gonna check if that was working.
Okay, yeah, give it a shot. I changed the settings to so
Let me try it. Can everybody hear the sound?
I heard it for a split second.
Okay, let me just play it for a couple more seconds.
Okay, nothing.
You can hear it now?
No,
No?
no,
I heard the intro.
a little bit, right?
Yeah. So I go on to share screen. Okay. What I'll do.
Here, I'll put the,
Charlene, I'm gonna make you host. So this way now you have the host features. So see if you can change those settings yourself on the share screen. Because I tried doing that for you, but it doesn't seem to be working on my side. Okay, go ahead, Charlene, see if you could try to share it again on your side.
okay, I'm just checking my screen settings to show, to make sure it'll, you can hear the audio. Okay, let me see.
And I'm not exaggerating. I do weekends, and when I
There we
do, I
go.
do more than
Hear
that,
it
obviously.
now.
You can hear it now?
I can.
You can?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
I was hearing it.
Okay,
Did you
yep,
pause it?
yep.
Yeah.
You made me host. So I was able to change the settings. We got it going. Yay.
Good.
Okay. So let us continue. So we are on slide number 40 now. Purpose. So we have been talking about this throughout the meeting so far, is the many reasons why we have a community meeting, right? Do we have certain objectives that need to be met? Are we subject to a certain agreement that requires us to do things like this? Is there active participation from community meetings? Do we need their feedback? Do we need their consensus? Do we need their vote? Is community support required? Will we be providing initial information to community on our progress that we may have been making on a certain project that we might have introduced to them? Will this presentation develop potential partnerships with industry, government, or other First Nation communities? So again, going back to why are we having this event? So when we talk about participation, I've met with, I don't know how many First Nation communities now, and this has been one issue that just no matter where we go, it seems to be one of the things that holds people back, and that's participation from our community members. So here's kind of a, I don't know, checklist or however we want to see it, things we ask ourselves when we think about how do we increase participation to our meetings and our events. Do we understand that there's a plan, that a plan is a way to organize actions that will hopefully lead to the fulfillment of a goal by providing direction and approach to follow? You understand why you should develop a plan to make things easier, to help map out how to get from point A to point B, to make your search for new members more efficient and effective. You know why you want or need members. So this is talking about what members do we have that we haven't already reached out to be part of our meetings. You know how many members you need. So say we have to get a consensus or a referendum vote on something. What percentage of our population will we need to do that? You know what kind of members that you need. So clearly some of our participants need to be elders. Ideally, we would like some to be youth, have that mixture in there. You know who is going to find the new members, or you know the ones that haven't been participating so far. You know where to find them. You know where they're going. When's a good time to start looking for these people that we haven't reached out to before? How do we approach them? What are ways that they want to communicate, and how are they keeping up to date with what we're doing? Do we know how to overcome some common obstacles when it comes to reaching out to our audience and our members? We want to ensure that we're addressing with genuine concern the issues that are happening within our greater community. And of course, we want to ensure we have a diverse number of our members with a variety of strengths and resources that they are already bringing to the meeting. So when we talk about participation, we also want to plan for involving new generations within our members and organizations. Identify changing conditions or future developments that could change those who might benefit or contribute to the work, and who might be most affected by changing conditions or developments in your community in the future. So are we reaching this target audience that we know we need to reach to present on this particular item? We talked a little bit earlier about this one, Lisa, techniques for overcoming resistance. So no matter what our topic is, there's always going to be people that don't believe we should be changing anything in the community. Everything's fine, just leave it as it is.
Mhm.
But we know this is not the reality. Unfortunately, with everything, change is just a normal process of life. And so I found some really good information here through the Harvard Business School, and they've come up with some really good information here when it comes to dealing with the different ways of overcoming resistance. So if we're trying to persuade members within our community, one method is to invite everyone to respond to data, evidence, facts, and logic. Again, going back to the mind. Throw the idea back to the person who originated it. What does this person see as a key benefit? Some of the scripts that we could use while we're in our meetings is mentioning, you raise some important issues. If I'm hearing you right, your main concern is this. Can anyone respond to that? And then when we throw this idea back to the person, and how does this person see it as a key benefit? Responding to them in this way, help us understand why you think this won't work. Then someone else in the group can explain why they think it will. When we talk about the tactic of participation, the method is engaging the resistor by asking for the person's idea or their contribution. So one thing we could say to them is, I can tell you have strong opinions on this, and that's great. What other alternatives do you have in mind? How would you adapt this idea to make it work? And then another method is connect the attractive parts of the idea to other options this person has already embraced. So this idea is building on your earlier suggestion that we do this. How can your suggestion be better realized here? And show your appreciation for the person's contribution. Down here, it says, I think it's great that we challenge each other productively. Thanks for bringing up those issues. When we talk about facilitation, ask the person what would make them comfortable with this idea. So with a script, we would say, wow, I don't know, this was something you cared so deeply about. Tell us more about your thoughts on this. And then ask what downsides the person is concerned about and invite the team to brainstorm how you could mediate these effects. So a scripted within your conversation could be, I appreciate your perspective and I'm happy we're having this conversation. Can you share more specifics about your concern or help us understand what we may have missed? And with the tactic of negotiation, push the group to consider compromises or trade-offs in the design to address the resistor's concerns. So one thing we could say is, I think a specific team member or community member has done a good job explaining their concerns. Everyone, what fixes could help? This is a question to everyone. What fixes could help resolve this issue? And then with the tactic of negotiation under push the resistor to engage in new suggestions, one thing we could say is to that team member or community member, we've heard a couple of ideas for resolving this issue. What seems more workable to you? And with the tactic of direction, use your power to redirect harmful comments. One thing we could say is, we can always count on you to tell us what you think. For now, we need to move on. So this is for those people that want to just come to the meeting and argue. And I've seen those plenty of times. We acknowledge, your concern. We acknowledge your frustration. We hear what you have to say. We thank you for your comments, but now we need to move on. So as a facilitator, that is something that I would say. I appreciate that you're not afraid to say what's on your mind. Let's circle back to that later. So again, using that flip chart where we have the parking lot, This is something where we could put this on the parking lot and we could say, we appreciate that you're not afraid to say what's on your mind. Let's circle back to that later. That's on the parking lot. Okay. Any questions about that particular section or comments? Or does
Those are
anybody
good.
have? Go ahead.
Yeah, those are good suggestions. Yep.
Or does anybody have an experience they want to share? No? We're good? Keep going? Okay. So now, one important part of communication and sharing what we want to get out to our communities, marketing, social marketing is one way to do that. And this requires a dedicated person to do. So if we are going to start this particular part of the work, then I would say either make it one person's part-time job, or if you have the funding, to hire somebody to do this, because it does take a lot of time. When we start talking about what kind of information do we want to get out to the community? How is that information being portrayed? How are people, how are they receiving that information? This just gets into this whole big topic of communication, which I had wanted to provide a, what is it called again? A communications toolkit. Do you guys think that that would be something that would be helpful? Because we just don't have the time to go through that today. So with a communications toolkit, it's what is the purpose of this? Like, what is the purpose of a toolkit, right? Understanding that our communications department, if we have one, or if it's somebody's job, it's an exchange of information, and that the role is to gather, organize, disseminate information, as well as create value for your community. Of course, there are different forms, again, oral, written, and visual. And of course, it's used mostly and mainly for updating our members. Within our communications toolkit, we want to have and communicate the nation's vision, mission, values, and guiding statements. So as we go, we would develop an outline of what do we want our communication plan to look like. So with the communication protocols, we have this in place to ensure we're sharing information on a timely basis. Now, timely basis is the key word here. We want to make sure people are receiving this as they should be. So when we're targeting our audience, we want to ensure that our messaging is being heard. What does that look like? And of course, we want to make sure that our key messages that we're sending out are tailored to our different groups. Again, going back to members, organizations, public, media, government, investors, partners. And it's linked back to our nation's objectives. When we're doing the writing up of these certain ads, information, we want to make sure it's simple, clear, and compelling, brief, and written in active terms, action terms, that it's accurate and factual. This is a key one here, that it's accurate and factual. Focused on a particular audience, that it's relevant. And then of course, for media relations, for information and promoting, for community engagement, what are the different types of media look like? So advisories, news releases, websites, advertising in the different areas. Are we sending out brochures? Do we have videos to show? Is it in our newsletter? Or do we have a podcast? For community engagement, What is our presenting information materials looking like? Is it for a meeting that might be coming up? Are we doing summaries or briefings or follow-up reports, much like we would do after a community meeting? Is it for our website and posting on our social media? So what are the different priorities and roles? What are our annual priorities when we talk about branding? So with this particular piece, I haven't heard a lot of our nations talk about branding when it comes to our particular logos within our communities, whether that be our nation or whether that be a spin-off in our ECDEV businesses, our organizations, our for-profit companies. What does that brand mean to you? That's a question that I would ask at a meeting. When I see, you know, my Samson Cree Nation logo, what does that mean to me? Then, of course, evaluating our communication plan. How are we gathering information? What's our media relations look like? How are we maintaining the integrity of our data? Confidentiality, any amendments to this communications toolkit? And then this is just an example of if we were to do like a communication cycle, what would that cycle look like in our community, right? We as the nation are the sender. What is the message that we're giving out? Who is our receiver? Who is our audience? And what feedback are we getting from them? So when we talk about the sender, we talk about as the nation, we're sending out communication via our social media, our newsletter, our radio station, our in-person meetings, our community engagements, our band meetings, our press releases, our briefings. We've been posting updates on Facebook Live and putting those on the website. With our audience, who is our audience? Our nation members, all of our departments, our chiefs and our councils, any entities under the nation, other First Nation communities, government and industry, and special community target groups and neighboring communities, so the local towns that are surrounding us. And what is our message? Our communication department shares this information of our local events to on and off reserve members, access to services. So our departments generally post their calendars here. We have videos that are produced from time to time and that's shared. Images, like our community cleanup is a perfect example. We always post the different staff members and departments that are out and about cleaning up community, and then the barbecue that comes afterwards. And then, of course, making sure that that information is appropriate and relevant for our community. And then the receiver, what is it that they all are receiving as far as this information goes? And then the one area that I found in the communities that I've worked in is this whole feedback piece is almost like, remember when we did the wheel earlier today? It's one of those areas where all of a sudden it goes like this. Whoa, we're getting basically not much feedback other than the negative feedback we're getting on Facebook, right? So how are we addressing this in our communities to make sure we're receiving that feedback that we're asking for? Because clearly we're having a community meeting. And why are we having this meeting? How are we getting your feedback? Are we going to do that right there in the session? Are we going to ask for you to go away and fill something out and drop it off and send it back to us? Are we going to be sending out emails to everybody to get their feedback like that? Like, how is it that you're getting your feedback? I think this particular area is pretty important. So do people want me to send this out? Would it be helpful? Thumbs up. Yes, no? Is anybody there? Am I talking to myself? Oh, okay. Thank you, Peter. Okay, so going back to our social marketing campaign. Let's see, where are we here? Okay. You understand that social marketing means to use commercial marketing techniques to try to improve a social problem. That social marketing helps you reach your target audience, and you understand how that works. You understand when you should run a social marketing campaign, when you are trying to change the behavior of a large number of people, when you're trying to change behavior over a long period of time, when you have the resources necessary to manage a comprehensive effort. So when we talk about this particular area, we want to make sure that the messaging that we are sending out is going to be consistent. It's going to be long-term. It's going to be something that people see over and over and over and over again, because it's going to be interpreted in different ways, right? Not everybody that sees a picture or a diagram or information is going to interpret it the same way, because of the various levels of education, because of people's experience and skills. There's so many factors that play into that. But the idea being that if we are going to do these things like a social media campaign, we want to be sure that we're being consistent and that people are receiving the information. So whether that's just on our social media, on our radio station, on bulletin boards, or on our community, on those, highway signs that they have that we can rent, in the newsletter that goes out monthly or quarterly, through messaging that is sent out, whether that's in through mail, people still do mail, snail mail, or the different aspects. And I just want to show this picture. I know that we can't read it, and I would like to read it to you, because I think this is a really good example of something that if the community ever came up with something like this, that it would be something you would have posted in your schools. This Little Red River Cree Nation Sovereign Creed. I know you can't read it. It was a picture I took off the internet, and I'll read it for you. So it says, Little Red River Cree Nation Sovereign Creed. I am sovereign like my ancestors before me. I am ultimately responsible for my own existence. The Creator gave me lungs to breathe, legs to stand on, hands to work with, a mind to think for myself, and a tongue to speak. No one is here on earth to serve me, to take care of me, or to fill my needs. I am not the owner of anyone else's life but my own. I am responsible for my actions. I am responsible for my decisions. I am responsible for my behavior. I understand that happiness can only be achieved by me and not by relying on others. I am strong. I am proud. I am self-reliant. I will make good choices to make my life better. I will continue to learn and educate myself. I will respect myself. I will respect others, and I will respect the earth I live on. I will work hard like my ancestors, and will work even harder for the generations to come. So when we talk about a social media campaign, that is one example of something that we would want to keep consistent, and something that we would post over and over again if you had something like that within your community. So you understand how to manage a social marketing campaign. You've defined the problem, you've defined your goals, you've defined your audience, and you understand who your audience is. So this is an exercise that you would do to map out who you think your audience is, like what your demographic would be. And of course, once you get onto social media and you start looking at the background information, where you can get the statistics on who's reading our posts, what is our demographic age like on social media. And what you're going to find is it's mostly younger people that are reading the social marketing information that's being presented online. And what was the other one? If they're male or female and where they live. So those are kind of demographics you're going to be able to get from your campaign. Then, of course, have you brainstormed any strategies for change? Have you decided how much time and how many resources you will spend on each of your subgroups? So depending upon the messaging and what it is that you want to get out, what does that look like for your different groups? You have decided whether to create different strategies for different segments or just use different messages and mediums. So I have seen things like on Instagram where a community could be coming up with a 15-second ad about an event that's up and coming. And then posted that same information just in a poster form on LinkedIn. And on Facebook, they might have posted that video again. And then on their website, just put a notice to all the community members. So you have chosen specific strategies with measurable objectives. You have designed messages appropriate to different groups. You have selected channels of communication. You have pre-tested your ideas and your messages. You have established a tracking system. You have continuously modified your work based on results. And you have celebrated your accomplishments. Any questions so far? No hands up. Nobody's unmuting. Okay, let's keep going. When to run a social marketing campaign. So again, going back to that, when you're trying to change a behavior of a large number of people, as an example, increasing the number of volunteers. So one of the things on our social media might be, we have this upcoming event. We're going to need, 10 volunteers for the event. Please sign up with so-and-so or contact this person at this number during these hours. When you are trying to change behavior over a long period of time. Again, this going back to what is it that we are trying to achieve? What is our goal? What are our objectives? How are we planning to achieve that? When you have the resources necessary to make a comprehensive effort long-term. So again, just going back to that, if we're going to start our social marketing campaign, we want to make sure that we are doing it consistently. And that it's going to be something that we do long-term. So when we are seeking consensus or trying to make a decision, we want to state that in our meetings. And why is that so important? If we don't get that 30% agreement to change the specific law within our community or whatever your percentage is, why is it important if we don't get that? Or why is it important if we do? Right? Explaining that to your audience and to the people that are participating. We want to ensure that we respect individuality and the differences in the perspectives that people bring to the community in the meetings. We want to validate members' contributions, so letting people know that they are valued. And of course, for those people who have done the long work that to get to where we are today, we want to make sure we're acknowledging those members as well and that team. What barriers are present that may limit who is participating and how can those barriers be removed? So can anybody think of anything that may be stopping people from participating other than, the obvious COVID? People are afraid to gather together today for a lot of different reasons. People may be immune compromised. They may not be able to get out of their homes. But what kind of barriers do you see for people in participating?
I think in our situation, it's just community members just not wanting, I don't want to say they don't care, but just not wanting to become involved. So to me, that's where we need to start, is to want them to become involved, right? And
Mhm.
because it's a community law, right? So it's their law, really. So
Mhm. Yep. So doing our door prize draws, we know that draws people in, making sure we're feeding everybody well, making sure we have that accessibility to the meeting, making sure people know that we're having a meeting. That's always a complaint I hear. Well, I didn't know,
yeah, that's,
right?
I would say
I
that's the
didn't-
biggest challenge, right?
So of course, using the different sources of media that we have accessible to us to share and communicate.
I guess that's where the, in Lisa's case, maybe, I don't know what your time frame is, but 6 months ahead of time for a presentation or a focus meeting. So maybe we have to look at time frames. And she's right, like, it's difficult getting people out unless it affects them, or if they are against it, or there's a community rally to say we're doing something that isn't, that's when it seems like people come out. But when it's like, it's just an election law, but it's such a big issue all the time. It's how do we get past that of being a bad thing, where, like, just listening to her, I'm from here, and the new thing she said is good. They're going to be better for the community. And how do you get that message out instead of this negative message?
Mhm. So really creating those taglines, right? When you're sending this information out, those one sentence or one word taglines to get people involved when we talk about advertising and marketing, and using the different colors to bring attention to different media sites.
Mm-hmm.
So things like, we want your feedback. Can you participate in? Are you willing to help us? Right?
Good.
That call to action kind of a thing. So that you're getting people's attention, you're piquing their interest to become involved.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's even it's going to go to each mailbox, right? And I know I'm guilty of it too, of not reading it. So it is a hard thing to be successful at, right? So it's a hard thing here in our community anyway.
And I would even reach out to some of our young people and ask them, like, what would you do to reach people, to get them to participate? Right? It might require bringing in something where it's totally different. You're starting off the day in a different way, where, I don't know, what we've done in the past, one of the ways we've managed to get people into a room is brought a speaker that we know people are gonna be engaged with and want to hear the message of. And that's kind of started off our day. And then we've gone into this whole community session with our people. That's one thing that's really, I think, benefited us. So I'm sure you've heard of Sol Anderson, right? He's a gentleman that speaks to treaty. He's a very respected knowledge keeper in our territory, and he shared some really good information with us on his understanding and his studies. And so we've brought people like that into the community, and then afterwards, after he's done his Q&A and everything, and then we've had a little bit to eat, then we engage people and ask them, Like, you know, this is something we've been trying to get out to the community, and we want to share this with you, and we want to know what your thoughts are, and can you guys help us out for, you know, a little bit this afternoon? And once we're done, we can do some door prize draws for anybody who's here, but you have to be here. Right? So like we've done some really big things like giving out TVs and the same, you know, gift certificates, things like that, just to engage people. So those things work. Now, when we talk about levels of community impact, of course, we know that, like you guys mentioned earlier, it depends if this particular issue affects particular people. So with the high level of a high impact on the whole community, the criteria for this particular section would be that this impacts the entire community significantly, to our natural environment, to our health, to our safety for everybody, right? And that there would be a high degree of interest across our entire community. And of course, with it being such a, you know, a big issue, there's always that strong possibility of conflicting perspectives on this particular issue. Some examples could be a community comprehensive plan, a land use plan, the development of a new facility or services that would affect the entire community. A perfect example, startup of an RCMP office on reserve. That would be an example. Elimination of a facility or service that serves the entire community. Anything to do with environmental, we find a lot of our members are very interested and want to be involved. And so the next level, which is a high impact on selected area and or community group. When we talk about the criteria for this particular group, they have a high impact on specific neighborhoods within the community or group within the community, or program. That there is a strong possibility of conflicting perspectives at the neighborhood level or at the need for potential trade-offs among particular groups. So examples of this could be a youth center, proposed changes to a cultural program, and environmental disturbances. So say we're digging up a certain part of the reserve to, you know, update lines, right? So that's an example of high impact on selected area and or community group. So with the modest impact on the whole community, the criteria for this would be that it's a modest impact across the entire community, sufficient degree of interest across the community to warrant public engagement, and that there's a moderate possibility for conflicting perspectives. And some examples of this could be a proposed improvement to a community-wide service, proposed changes to a community center, provisions of a community-wide event. And for the last one, with the modest impact on select area and or group, community group, criteria include modest impact on a neighborhood area, community group, or specific facility or service. There's a small change to a localized facility or service with a moderate risk of controversy or conflict at a local level. Some examples of this would be upgrading roads and streets, changes to local youth activity programming, changes to local cultural programming, any type of programming within the community. So again, going back to when we are doing our presentation, where would we see this fall in our community? Right, so an election law could possibly be high impact on selected area and or community group. So specifically for our leadership. So now, because we are talking about community, I think it's important, pertinent to understand like the 6 human needs that Mr. Tony Robbins explains here. And when we view this talk, think about it more so in the terms of when we're putting together our next presentation, what do the people in our community, what are they looking for? Are they looking for certainty, variety, significance, connection, growth, or contribution? I think it's important as leaders and as those people in our communities that are putting these events together, that we understand where are people coming from. Can we play the video now? Do I see thumbs up since I see no faces?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Here we go.
To coach people, but I'm into immersion because how'd you learn language? You didn't learn it by just learning principles. You got in it and you did it so often that it became real. And the bottom line of why I'm here, besides being crazy mofo, is that I'm really in a position, I'm not here to motivate you, obviously. You don't need that. And a lot of times that's what people think I do. And it's the furthest thing from it. What happens though is people say to me, well, I don't need any motivation. And I say, well, that's interesting. That's not what I do. I'm the why guy. I don't know why you do what you do. What is your motive for action? What is it that drives you in your life today, not 10 years ago, or are you running the same pattern? Because I believe that the invisible force of internal drive activated is the most important thing in the world. I'm here because I believe emotion is the force of life. All of us here have great minds. You know, most of us here have great minds, right? I don't know if I'm in the category, but we all know how to think. And with our minds, we can rationalize anything. We can make anything happen. We can, I agree with what was described a few days ago about this idea that people work in their self-interest, but we all know that that's bullshit at times. You don't work in your self-interest all the time. Because when emotion comes into it, the wiring changes in the way it functions. And so it's wonderful for us to think intellectually about how the life of the world is, and especially those who are very smart. We can play this game in our head, but I really want to know what's driving you. And what I'd like to maybe invite you to do by the end of this talk is explore where you are today for 2 reasons. 1, so that you can contribute more. And 2, so that hopefully we can not just understand other people more, but maybe appreciate them more and create the kinds of connections that can stop some of the challenges that we face in our society today. They're only going to get magnified by the very technology that's connecting us, because it's making us intersect. And that intersection doesn't always create the view of everybody now understands everybody and everybody appreciates everybody. So I've had an obsession basically for 30 years. And that obsession has been what makes the difference in the quality of people's lives? What makes a difference in their performance? Because that's what I got hired to do. I got to produce the result now. That's what I've done for 30 years. I get the phone call when the athlete is burning down on national television and they were ahead by 5 strokes and now they can't get back on the course. And I got to do something right now to get the result or nothing matters. I get the phone call when the child is going to commit suicide, and I got to do something right now. And in 29 years, I'm very grateful to tell you I've never lost one in 29 years. It doesn't mean I won't someday, but I haven't done it. And the reason is an understanding of these human needs that I want to talk to you about. So when I get those calls about performance, that's one thing, like how do you make a change? But also, I'm looking to see what is it that's shaping that person's ability to contribute, to do something beyond themselves. So maybe the real question is, you know, I look at life and say there's 2 master lessons. One is there's the science of achievement, which almost everyone in this room has mastered to an amazing extent. That's how do you take the invisible and make it visible, right? How do you take what you dream about and make it happen, whether it be your business, your contribution to society, money, whatever it is for you, your body, your family. But the other lesson of life that is rarely mastered is the art of fulfillment. Because science is easy, right? We know the rules, you write the code, you follow those, and you get the result. Once you know the game, you just, you know, you up the ante, don't you? But when it comes to fulfillment, that's an art. And the reason is it's about appreciation and it's about contribution. You can only feel so much by yourself. So I've had an interesting laboratory to try to answer the question of the real question, which is what's the difference in somebody's life if you look at somebody like those people that you've given everything to, like all the resources they say they need. You gave them not a $100 computer, you gave them the best computer. You gave them love, you gave them joy, you were there to comfort them. And those people very often, and you know some of them I'm sure, end up the rest of their life with all this love, education, money, and background, spending their life going in and out of rehab. And then you meet people that have been through ultimate pain, psychologically, sexually, spiritually, emotionally abused, and not always, but often they become some of the people that contribute the most to society. So the question we got to ask ourselves really is, what is it? What is it that shapes us? And we live in a therapy culture. Most of us don't do that, but the culture is a therapy culture. And what I mean by that is the mindset that we are our past. And everybody in this room, you wouldn't be in this room if you bought that theory, but most of society thinks biography is destiny. The past equals the future. And of course it does if you live there. But what people in this room know, and what we have to remind ourselves though, because you can know something intellectually, you can know what to do and then not use it, not apply it. So really what we got to remind ourselves is decision is the ultimate power. That's what it really is. Now, when you ask people, you know, have you failed to achieve something? How many have ever failed to achieve something significant in your life? Say, I. Thanks for the interaction on a high level there. But if you ask people, why didn't you achieve something? Somebody who's working for you, you know, or a partner, or even yourself, when you fail to achieve a goal, what's the reason people say they failed to achieve? What do they tell you? Didn't know enough, didn't have the knowledge, didn't have the money, didn't have the time, didn't have the technology, you know, I didn't have the right manager, didn't have the Supreme Court. And what do all those, including the Supreme Court, have in common? They are a claim to you missing resources. And they may be accurate. You may not have the money, you may not have the Supreme Court, but that is not the defining factor. And you correct me if I'm wrong. The defining factor is never resources, it's resourcefulness. And what I mean specifically, rather than just some phrase, is if you have emotion, human emotion, something that I experienced from you day before yesterday at a level that is as profound as I've ever experienced, and if you'd communicated with that emotion, I believe you would have beat his ass and won. But how easy for me to tell him what he should do. Idiot, Robbins. But I know when we watched a debate, at that time, there were emotions that blocked people's ability to get this man's intellect and capacity and the way they came across to some people in that day. Because I know people that wanted to vote in your direction and didn't, and I was upset. But there was emotion that was there. How many know what I'm talking about here? Say I. So emotion is it, and if we get the right emotion, we can get ourselves to do anything. We can get through it. If you're creative enough, playful enough, fun enough, can you get through to anybody, yes or no? If you don't have the money, but you're creative and determined enough, you find the way. So this is the ultimate resource, but this is not the story that people tell us, right? The story people tell us is a bunch of different stories. They tell us we don't have the resources, but ultimately, if you take a look here, flip it up if you would. They say, what are all the reasons they have in common? We said that. Next one, please. He's broken my pattern, that son of a bitch. But I appreciated the energy, I'll tell you that. What determines your resources? We've said decisions shape destiny, which is my focus here. If decisions shape destiny, what determines it is 3 decisions. What are you going to focus on? Right now, you have to decide what you're going to focus on. In this second, consciously or unconsciously, the minute you decide to focus on something, you got to give it a meaning. And whatever that meaning is produces emotion. Is this the end or the beginning? Is God punishing me or rewarding me, or is this the roll of the dice? And emotion then creates what we're going to do, or the action. So think about your own life, the decisions that have shaped your destiny. And that sounds really heavy, but in the last 5 or 10 years, 15 years, haven't there been some decisions you've made that if you made a different decision, your life would be completely different? How many can think of one, honestly? Better or worse? Say I. So the bottom line is maybe it was where to go to work and you met the love of your life there. Maybe it was a career decision. I know the Google geniuses I saw here. I mean, I understand that their decision was to sell their technology at first. What if they made that decision versus to build their own culture? How would the world be different? How would their lives be different? Their impact. The history of our world is these decisions. When a woman stands up and says, no, I won't go to the back of the bus, she didn't just affect her life. That decision shaped our culture. Or someone standing in front of a tank. Or being in a position like Lance Armstrong and someone says to you, you got testicular cancer. That's pretty tough for any male, especially if you ride a bike. Right? You got it in your brain, you got it in your lungs. But what was his decision of what to focus on? Different than most people. What did it mean? It wasn't the end, it was the beginning. What am I gonna do? He goes off and wins 7 championships he never won once before the cancer because he got emotional fitness, psychological strength. That's the difference in human beings that I've seen of the 3 million I've been around, because that's what my lab. I've had 3 million people from 80 different countries that I've had a chance to interact with over the last 29 years. And after a while, patterns become obvious. You see that South America and Africa may be connected in a certain way, right? Other people say, oh, that sounds ridiculous. It's simple. So what shaped Lance, what shapes you? 2 invisible forces, very quickly. 1, state. We all have had times. Have you had a time you did something and after you did it, you thought to yourself, I can't believe I said that. I can't believe I did that. That was so stupid. Who's been there? Say aye. Have you ever done something after you do it, you go, that was me. Right? It wasn't your ability, it was your state. Your model of the world is what shapes you long term. Your model of the world is the filter. That's what's shaping us. That's what makes people make decisions. When we want to influence somebody, we gotta know what already influences them. And it's made up of 3 parts, I believe. First, what's your target? What are you after? Which I believe it's not your desires. You can get your desires to goals. How many of you got a goal, desire, and thought, is this all there is? How many been there? Say aye. So it's needs we have. I believe there are 6 human needs. Second, once you know what the target that's driving you is and you uncover it for the truth, you don't form it, you uncover it. Then you find out what's your map. What's the belief systems that are telling you how to get those needs? Some people think the way to get those needs is destroy the world. Some people is to build something, create something, love someone. And then there's the fuel you pick. So very quickly, 6 needs, let me tell you what they are. First one, certainty. Now these are not goals or desires, these are universal. Everyone needs certainty that they can avoid pain, at least be comfortable. Now how do you get it? Control everybody, develop a skill, give up, smoke a cigarette. And if you got totally certain, ironically, even though we all need that, like if you're not certain about your health or your children or money, you don't think about much more. You're not sure the ceiling's gonna hold up, you're gonna listen to any speaker. But while we go for certainty differently, if we get total certainty, we get what? What do you feel if you're certain? You know what's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen, how it's gonna happen, what would you feel? Bored out of your mind. So God, in her infinite wisdom, gave us a second human need, which is uncertainty. We need variety. We need surprise. How many of you here love surprises? Say aye. Bullshit. You like the surprises you want. The ones you don't want, you call problems, but you need them. So variety is important. Have you ever rented a video or a film that you've already seen? Who's done this? Get a fucking life. Right? Why are you doing it? You're certain it's good because you read it before, saw it before, but you're hoping it's been long enough you've forgotten enough there's variety. Third human need, critical, significance. We all need to feel important, special, unique. You can get it by making more money. You can do it by being more spiritual. You can do it by getting yourself in a situation where you put more tattoos and earrings in places humans don't want to know. Whatever it takes. The fastest way to do this, if you have no background, no culture, and no belief in resources or resourcefulness, is violence. If I put a gun to your head and I live in the hood, instantly I'm significant. 0 to 10, how high? 10. How certain am I you're gonna respond to me? 10. How much uncertainty? Who knows what's gonna happen next? Kind of exciting, like climbing up into a cave and doing that stuff all the way down there. Total variety and uncertainty. And it's significant, isn't it? So you're willing to risk your life for it. So that's why violence has always been around and will be around unless we have a consciousness change as a species. Now you can get significance a million ways, but to be significant, you gotta be unique and different. Here's what we really need. Connection and love, 4th need. We all want it. Most people settle for connection because love's too scary. Don't want to get hurt. Who here has ever been hurt in an intimate relationship? Say aye. If you don't raise your hand, you'll have had other shit too, come on. And you're gonna get hurt again. Aren't you glad you came to this positive visit? But here's what's true, we need it. We can do it through intimacy, through friendship, through prayer, through walking in nature. If nothing else works for you, get a dog. Don't get a cat, get a dog, because if you leave for 2 minutes, it's like you've been gone for 6 months when you show back up again 5 minutes later, right? Now these first 4 needs, every human finds a way to meet. Even if you lie to yourself, even if you have split personalities. But the last 2 needs, the first 4 needs are called the needs of the personality, is what I call it. The last 2 are the needs of the spirit. And this is where fulfillment comes. You won't get fulfillment from the first 4. You'll figure a way, smoke, drink, do whatever, meet the first 4. But the last 2, number 5, you must grow. We all know the answer here. If you don't grow, you what? If a relationship's not growing, if a business is not growing, if you're not growing, it doesn't matter how much money you have, how many friends you have, how many people love you, you feel like hell. And the reason we grow, I believe, is so we have something to give of value. Because the 6th need is to contribute beyond ourselves. Because we all know, corny as it sounds, the secret of living is giving. We all know life's not about me, it's about we. This culture knows that, this room knows that, and it's exciting. When you see Nicholas up here talking about his $100 computer, the most passionate, exciting thing is here's a genius, but he's got a calling now. You can feel the difference in him, and it's beautiful. And that calling can touch other people. In my own life, my life was touched because when I was 11 years old, Thanksgiving, no money, no food, and we're not gonna starve, but my father was totally messed up. My mom was letting him know how bad he messed up. And somebody came to the door and delivered food. My father made 3 decisions. I know what they were briefly. His focus was, this is charity. What does it mean? I'm worthless. What do I gotta do? Leave my family, which he did. The time, one of the most painful experiences of life. My 3 decisions gave me a different path. I said, focus on, there's food, what a concept, you know? Second, but this is what changed my life. This is what shaped me as a human being. Somebody's gift, I don't even know who it is. I thought, my father always said, no one gives a shit. And all of a sudden, somebody I don't know, they're not asking for it, this is giving our family food, looking out for us. It made me believe this. What does it mean? That strangers care. And what that made me decide is if strangers care about me and my family, I care about them. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do something to make a difference. So when I was 17, I went out one day on Thanksgiving, it was my target for years, have enough money to feed 2 families. Most fun thing I ever did in my life, most moving. Then next year I did 4, and I didn't tell anybody what I was doing. Next year, 8. I wasn't doing it for brownie points, but after 8, I thought, shit, I could use some help. So sure enough, I went out, and what did I do? I got my friends involved, and I grew companies, and then I got 11 companies, and I built a foundation. Now, 18 years later, I'm proud to tell you, last year we fed 2 million people in 35 countries through our foundation, all during the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, in all the different countries around the world. It's been fantastic. Thank you. So I don't tell you that to brag, I tell you because I'm proud of human beings because they get excited to contribute once they've had the chance to experience it and not talk about it. So finally, I'm about out of time, the target that shapes you, here's what's different about people. We have the same needs, but are you a certainty freak? Is that what you value most, or uncertainty? This man here couldn't be a certainty freak if he climbed through those caves. Are you driven by significance or love? We all need all 6, but whatever your lead system is tilts you in a different direction. And as you move in a direction, you have a destination or destiny. The second piece is the map. Think of that as the operating system tells you how to get there. And some people's map is, I'm gonna save lives even if I die for other people, and they're a fireman, somebody else says, I'm gonna kill people to do it. They're trying to meet the same needs of significance, right? They want to honor God or honor their family, but they have a different map. And there are 7 different beliefs. I can't go through them because I'm done. The last piece is emotion. I say one of the parts of the map is like time. Some people's idea of a long time is 100 years. Somebody else says is 3 seconds, which is what I have. And the last one I've already mentioned that felt you. If you got a target and you got a map, and let's say, I can't use Google because I love Macs, and they haven't made it good for Macs yet. So if you use MapQuest, how many have made this fatal mistake of using MapQuest at some time? You use this thing and you don't get there. Well, imagine if your beliefs guarantee you can never get to where you want to go. The last thing is emotion. Now here's what I'll tell you about emotion. There are 6,000 emotions that we all have words for in the English language, which is a linguistic representation, right? It changes by language. But if your dominant emotions, if I have more time, I have 20,000 people or 1,000, and I have them write down all the emotions that they experience in an average week. And I give them as long as they need. And on one side, they write empowering emotions, the other is disempowering. Guess how many emotions people experience? Less than 12. And half of those make them feel like shit. So they got 5 or 6 good frickin' feelings, right? It's like they feel happy, happy, excited, oh shit, frustrated, overwhelmed, depressed. How many of you know somebody who no matter what happens finds a way to get pissed off? How many know somebody like this? Or no matter what happens, they find a way to be happy or excited. How many know somebody like this? Come on. When 9/11 happened, and I'll finish with this, I was in Hawaii. I was with 2,000 people from 45 countries. We were translating 4 languages simultaneously for a program that I was conducting for a week. The night before was called Emotional Mastery. I got up, had no plan for this, and I said, we had all this fireworks, I do crazy shit, fun stuff. And then at the end I stopped, and I had this plan I was gonna say, but I never do what I'm gonna say. And all of a sudden I said, when do people really start to live? When they face death. And then I went through this whole thing about if you were gonna get off this island, if 9 days from now you were gonna die, who would you call, what would you say, what would you do? One woman, well that night is when 9/11 happened. One woman had come to the seminar, and when she came there, her previous boyfriend had been kidnapped and murdered. Her friend, or her new boyfriend, wanted to marry her, and she said no. He said, if you leave and go to that Hawaii thing, it's over with us. She said it's over. When I finished that night, she called him and left a message, true story, at the top of the World Trade Center where he worked, saying, honey, I love you. I just want you to know, I want to marry you. It was stupid of me. She was asleep because it was 3 a.m. for us when he called her back from the top and said, honey, I can't tell you what this means. He said, I don't know how to tell you this, but you give me the greatest gift because I'm going to die. And she played the recording for us in the room. She was on Larry King later. And he said, you're probably wondering how on earth this could happen to you twice. And he said, all I can say to you is, this must be God's message to you, honey. From now on, every day, give your all, love your all. Don't let anything ever stop you. She finishes, and a man stands up and he says, I'm from Pakistan, I'm a Muslim. I'd love to hold your hand and say I'm sorry, but frankly, this is retribution. I can't tell you the rest because I'm out of time. Are you sure?
Finish the story.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. No, I want to be respectful. 10 seconds. All I can tell you is I brought this man on stage with a man from New York who worked in the World Trade Center, because I had about 200 New Yorkers there. More than 50 lost their entire companies, their friends, marking off their Palm Pilots. One financial trader, this woman made of steel, bawling. 30 friends crossing off that all died. And what I did to people said, what are we going to focus on? What does this mean, and what are we going to do? And I took the group and got people to focus on, if you didn't lose somebody today, your focus is going to be how to serve somebody else. There are people, one woman got up, she was so angry and screaming and yelling. She wasn't from New York, she's not an American, she doesn't know anybody here. I said, you always get angry. She said, yes. Guilty people got guilty, sad people got sad. And I took these two men and did what I call an indirect negotiation. Jewish man with family in the occupied territory, some New York who would have died if he was at work that day. And this man who wanted to be a terrorist, and made it very clear. And the integration that happened is on a film, which I'll be happy to send you, so you can really see what actually happened instead of my verbalization of it. But the two of them not only came together and changed their beliefs and models of the world, but they worked together to bring, for almost 4 years now, to various mosques and synagogues, the idea of how to create peace. And he wrote a book, which is called My Jihad, My Way of Peace. So transformation can happen. So my invitation to you is this. Explore your web, the web in here. The needs, the beliefs, the emotions that are controlling you, for two reasons. So there's more of you to give. Achieve too. We all want to do it, but I mean give, because that's what's going to fill you up. And secondly, so you can appreciate, not just understand, that's intellectual, that's mind, but appreciate what's driving other people. It's the only way our world's going to change. God bless you. Thank you. I hope this will serve.
Kenny Robbins.
Do we still have everybody? 20 minutes left. Lisa? Peggy?
Yes, I'm here. I'm leaving though. I'm leaving in about 5 minutes.
Okay. So you have the presentation, everything that we're going to be talking about is in there anyway?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you want to share your final insight before you go?
I think I probably, I guess just with my comments, it's just making me think more about the planning that needs to take place. And I knew there was more planning, but I'm not sure if the coordinator is thinking the same way I am, but I'm going to try to sell it to her, right? Just to get that involvement. And I probably said it over and over. That's our biggest thing here in our community, is to get the people out to the meetings. And, and it's unfortunate that, you know, we have to provide gifts and we have to, or prizes, and we have to provide a meal in order to get them out. But yeah, so yeah, what I got out of today is just that there's all the planning and all those steps that need to take place in order to make it a good community meeting, community presentation. So yeah, well.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so let's finish off the presentation and then we'll do our final insights for the day and then move into just closing out for the day. So this is just a diagram of leader character dimensions. You can have a read of that. Active listening. So I think this is important to an important component when you're doing community meetings, because oftentimes we're coming there and we're receiving feedback, whatever that feedback might be. So to me and to you, what does active listening mean? Are we paraphrasing what we're hearing? Are we asking for clarification? Are we summarizing and repeating back what that person or group has said to us? Are we inquiring? Do we have those nonverbal cues going, much like eye contact, like nodding to acknowledge the discussion that's happening? Any types of body posture? I know that this is a whole different topic as well, body posture. We know that a closed stance can very much be seen as somebody, you know, sitting with their hands crossed, their legs crossed. It's just seen as a closed gesture. Whereas if you're sitting here with your arms open, or, you know, you're interacting with people and all of that, it's seen as more of an open posture. Are we leaning forward when we're listening to another person speaking? Are we writing down responses? Are we putting them, noting them into our parking lot flip chart? And are we making sure that when we are presenting, we're giving full attention? So a lot of times when I'm in presenting for meetings, unless I'm using my phone as an alarm, which I'm using it for today, I often have my phone off. And so I'm minimizing distractions that way. So once we've presented our information and now we're asking to evaluate the process, what does that look like, right? How many members in our community have participated? What was our goal? Have we met our goal? What different forms of communication did we use? Have we gathered feedback to see what was the most effective? Was there anything that we could have done differently? If there was an evaluation, what were the results of that evaluation? What are some do's and don'ts for the next community meeting? Could we have done anything differently or better to inform our stakeholders? Which strategies worked best to involve different populations and groups? How successful were we in keeping people involved? Did you provide any training or any other support? Was it helpful? How could anything be improved? Did your stakeholder analysis and management efforts have the desired effect? Did stakeholder involvement improve the work, effectiveness, and/or political and community support for the effort? So the importance of doing an evaluation. And again, going back to, as we're facilitating, we have that flip chart paper with our parking lot notes. What kind of follow-up are we doing from our report that we did that day? Are we sending up follow-up notes? Are we summarizing what we accomplished? Any decisions or outcomes that people may want to remember? Who is responsible for following up on those action items? Are there due dates attached to them? Are we noting those? Did we send a note to all of our attendees? The most effectively you communicate, the more influential you become. And so this is just, again, another graph of kind of what, engaging stakeholders, describing the program, focusing on evaluation design, gathering credible evidence, justifying conclusions, ensuring the use and share of lessons learned. So steps in evaluating. And then we've done the emotional home and the 3 decisions. And so that concludes our presentation. But I would like to take the time right now just to get feedback from the entire group on any insights or things that you're going to take away from today that you will utilize. So we'll start with Jill.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Charlene.
Yes.
Definitely lots of, it's really good to have it all written down and in this presentation. Certainly there was lots of things that we do when we're planning, but I didn't even think to put that on my checklist or to have it actually in writing and cohesive. And I appreciate all of that. And I'm one that's talking with my hands, but you can't see me. So anyway, so things like having microphones available and those little things, the flip charts and the markers and all of those, that was really good for me to have that all in writing and mindful of that we need. I tried to really listen and didn't really focus so much on some of the other things about the insight. So I apologize for that. I tried to be more active in my listening. But action items, yeah, no, I'm really just gonna have to sit with this. I think I need to sit with it a bit longer and process it and really read through the slides some more before I can answer in a better way, and I apologize for that. But I really appreciate the presentation. It's always good and detailed and very, very useful, and I can't wait to put a lot of it into action.
Mhm. Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Charlene.
Rachel?
Sorry about that. I was just working on something. What was the question?
Oh, just insights from this afternoon, and then any action items that you want to follow up on from this presentation?
I found the whole day was very good. I figured out like how what we don't realize is how emotions can affect our everyday. It doesn't matter if it's personal or work. So it's in the emotional, home, and the 3 decisions. And then when we do our work, it's similar to at home. It's organization. It's what are we going to focus on? What do we have to get done? I like the video on the, what was it called? High performance, and how that gets linked into an everyday work environment. But at the same time, I can tie it into if your work environment isn't so-so. So you could be high performer one day, and then if everybody's not working as a team, it could be not the next, or how it could just snowball into something, and it's how you have to step back and take a look and how to reorganize. I just found like the checklists were important, and it's like really good, like because we're going to be working on a communication plan. I didn't even attend this to do anything about like anything in the office per se. I was just looking at referendum. But whenever we went through everything, I could see how every position in the office ties into what we talked about today. So it's kind of taking this presentation and sharing it with everybody in our office to say, this is what we need to do, because I even wrote your name down and like follow up to say, is there possibilities of like the sections we didn't finish, and could we use something just as team building in our office? Like it wasn't it wasn't my thought, but it kind of like understands where like it's a little bit of an eye opener on how everything gets tied together. So when you look at a hub and spokes, it's like everything is linked, and all our communities may be different, but we're all the same in some aspects. And even though, like, say you're 2 hours away and Lisa's like about 20 minutes away from me, like she's doing something totally different. And I've worked with Lisa in the past, but not in the same program or department. So, and you know what I mean? It's just very insightful. So I do thank you. I'm glad I did attend. It was very, I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Or sorry, Rachel. We don't even have a Lisa.
She just left.
Yes, she did. Peggy? Okay, how about Peter?
I too found it very insightful. I've been working off and on, First Nation Park for about a little over 40 years. And a lot of this is re-emphasizing my own thinking about how to deal with things in the community, like at community meetings or presentations, side agencies, whether it's government or industry. And I realize I don't know everything, and that there's a lot of I too will have to go through the presentation and keep it handy. I think it's going to be very helpful in work that I'm doing. That it provides additional skills that are helpful, and regardless of what area of work I'm in, whether it's if I continue on in economic development or whatever job, I think it's going to be very helpful. I think it's also something that I can share with communications department and leadership and people that can utilize this. And I think and thank Charlene for her presentation today. I really got a lot out of it.
Good, awesome. Thank you, Peter.
Yep.
Peggy, are you there?
Sorry. Sorry about that. I've had to bump in and out most of the afternoon. I really enjoyed that last video. That was great. And actually everything today, not just the video, but everything that you shared with us today has resonated with me. And I'm coming up to a couple of really tough community presentations. So I feel much better prepared to take these on. So I appreciate all your insights and all the sharing that you did today. I'm taking away so much, I can't even start to pinpoint each one. As that one said earlier, I just have to really sit back and digest, and I'm going to reread the PowerPoint because I'm a bit of a visual person, so seeing it and reading it for myself will really help. But yeah, it was a fabulous day, and I'm grateful that I was able to stick it out for the most part.
Awesome. Thank you, Peggy. And Stephen? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I've been on and on throughout the day. But from what I have observed, I think it was a really good session. My takeaways are just to keep working on myself and keep living that good life in the good way. And yeah, just taking a lot of the little tips and tricks that I heard along the way as well. A lot of it, of course, we've had to experience along the way, like trying to get participation from the community members can be difficult sometimes, and we have to offer gifts and food and stuff like that. But that's just the way it is and what we have to work with. So using those tools, and yeah, this again, it becomes back, I think, a lot to focusing on making sure we're living a good way in order to overflow with that goodness to other people. So those are my main takeaways from today.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you guys. If you could maybe just put on your cameras for a couple minutes before we close so I can see your faces. Just want to express my appreciation to you for your time and attention today. And I know it takes a lot of energy to sit for an entire day, to listen, to learn, to digest, and everything like that. And so just appreciate your participation, and that you are here today. And I'm always so happy, no matter where I am and who I'm interacting with, that I get to see different people throughout our country, right? Throughout Canada, throughout our world, really. And just hearing the things that you are doing with yourself is what makes me happy and what gives me fulfillment. And so Being able to share things that I love to do. Like I'm a big reader. I have like bookshelves and bookshelves and bookshelves of stuff that I just like to read, and I find it insightful, and I'm like, oh my God, that's so something we need to share, right? And so just having that information available, I think, is important, and being mindful of how we're taking care of ourselves each and every day. Because if we are not doing that for ourselves, then it's next to impossible to do that for other people. So when we bring our best self to everything that we do, which is the goal of what I'm doing right now, is trying to bring my best self to everything that I do. I think it makes a big difference, and people see it and people feel it around you. And so that's why it's important for me to share those insights with others, because I too had to go through different things in my life and had to get a wake-up call. And then, all of a sudden health becomes your first main issue. Then, every single day, be mindful of that, right? That I have to take care of me so that I can take care of others. I have to be strong so that I can be strong for others. And so it's things like that that drive me each and every day. And of course, getting up and being thankful for the day, and just being happy to be here with you and share with you today. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you, each and every one of you, Rachel, Stephen, Lisa, when she left, Peter, Jill, Peggy. Hi. We will see you again. And thank you.
Thank you.
Be well.
Thank you.
Come up here, everybody.
Okay, I'll stop your recording, Stephen.
Sure.